This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning.
Madam Vice Chair, is your audio working?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Now, it's not the end of the world, but we don't see your name. And I know your name. I think Commissioner Giraldo knows your name.
Slightly, yes.
Good. I'm
But the
having
public-
everything is new on my screen.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Washington.
I think Commissioner Dorner has just arrived. We have our full complement. Indeed. Staff, we are ready to go. We're recording.
I think I'm on. I think I'm on now. Okay, thank you.
We heard
we
that time.
All right. Good morning. The time is 10 o'clock, and I call the January 12th Planning Board meeting to order. We have the following board members with us. We are joined by Vice Chair Bailey. We also have Commissioner Washington,
Good morning.
Commissioner Dorner,
Hello.
and Commissioner Giraldo.
Good morning, everyone.
And I am Chair Shapiro. And moving forward to the business at hand, please note that the deadline for all participant pre-registration and for all submissions of materials and exhibits was 12 noon on the Tuesday before this planning board meeting. Registered speakers may join the meeting with the link provided in the email, which was provided by the planning board office, or you may listen by phone utilizing the call-in number provided in the email. Of course, anyone may tune in to watch the planning board meeting via live stream. And if you wish to speak or become a person of record, you may use our online web form, which you'll see noted on the screen before you. In addition to the commissioners, we are joined by our Deputy Planning Director, Derek Balaj. I think we have our Planning Director, Checkley, as well. Delisa Coleman, our Associate General Counsel. We have David Warner as well. Yep, there's Director Checkley. Good to see you. We have Joe Parsons, our Senior Technical Hearing Writer, James Hunt, Division Chief of the Development Review Division. We have our staff members, Kenneth Flanagan and Ryan Crown, who are helping us with our technology behind the scenes. Much appreciated, as always. So the order of cases will be as listed, following the order that's on the agenda. And let's move right to the first item that we're going to be taking up, which is item 2. And this is our draft minutes. I would look for a motion to approve the draft minutes of January 5, 2022.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. The minutes are approved. Next, we're going to go to item 3A. 3A is a number of legislative items. I believe we have Ms. Hightower joining us. Is that correct? We also have Chad Williams. He may be assisting with this as well. Why don't we go through them one by one? Staff will explain what we have before us, give us their recommendation. We can deliberate and make our decisions, colleagues. So take it away. Ms. Hightower, Mr. Williams. Good to see you both. Ms. Hightower, we can't hear you. No, you're not on mute, but we can't hear you. Take your time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Loud and
Great.
clear.
Great. I'm going to get these computer issues fixed. Thank you for your patience.
No problem at all.
CB2 2003 establishes a new mechanism for the initiation and approval of legislative text amendments to the zoning ordinance. The bill requires the planning director to prepare legislative text amendments within 21 calendar days of initiation and to issue a technical staff report on the proposed amendment within 14 days. Staff strongly supports the underlying intent of CB2 2023 to involve the planning staff at the beginning of the process, of the legislative process. However, staff believes the bill should be amended to better distinguish the planning department and the planning board's advisory function from the council's legislative function. Staff has recommended those amendments in the staff report and can go over them if you would like. There are about 6 amendments, but staff does recommend that the planning board vote to support CB2 2023 with amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Hightower. I know that we have a number of items before us, commissioners, but I think it'd be helpful if Ms. Hightower runs through what these amendments are, because this affects us quite directly. And I'm actually have been in conversation with staff, council, county executive team to find the sort of best way to sort of thread this needle. So Ms. Hightower, if you could go through with the staff recommendations one by one, and we can think about them from our side.
Will do. The first amendment would be to remove language requiring the planning director to draft all legislative text amendments. This should be handled by council staff. We do not have enough staff to draft all text amendments. That's amendment 1.
I'm going to stop you there. In addition to the question around resources, I think one of the other issues that I had concerns about is it makes sense for us to be involved and to even advise around this as drafted. But as we all know, it is still possible that we may oppose what comes before us. And it makes less sense for me to have our staff draft something that they may be opposing. So it's one of the reasons why I also, in addition to the resource issue, why I think it makes sense to have us be advisory, but not taking the lead on drafting.
Yeah, I concur. There's a,
as well.
right.
And we address that later on in our comments.
Excellent. Okay, Ms. Hightower, you can continue.
Yes. Also, amendment number 2 was to keep the existing language requiring the clerk of the council to transmit proposed text amendments to the planning director and require that the director publish a technical staff report within 21 days instead of the current 5 days to allow staff to fully analyze the legislation.
This one feels like a no-brainer.
Yeah, definitely support that one. Yes.
Amendment number 3 would require staff to certify the technical sufficiency of proposed text amendments to make sure the bills are drafted correctly using the new zoning ordinance legislative style.
And this is our advisory role. I mean, this feels like right up our,
Exactly.
right in our lane.
Amendment 4 would keep existing language which stated that the PHED committee cannot or could not hold a work session on the text amendment prior to the planning board's hearing on the legislation. Also change the deadline to allow the planning board to have 30 days from referral to transmit its comments.
And that's,
Presently, we have 5.
right, that's 30 days in total, which means staff has 21 days, up to 21 days. We have up to 30 days, including that 21 days, which staff, and I believe feels more than adequate. It's certainly a whole lot better than 5 days.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I concur.
I agree. The only, and I guess it would be related to this amendment, but one thing just for clarification, because it's pretty explicit there that we're being directed to hold a hearing on the text amendment. And I wonder if that is a distinction without a difference, meaning just like we're doing today with item 3A, anyone has the opportunity to sign up and weigh in as part of, the presentation of this legislation. So I just wanted to make sure I'm clear about that. So it really, it follows what our current protocol is, correct?
I think I think that Ms. Hightower is going to mention that in the next thing she says.
Oh, okay.
I may be right or I may be wrong, but I'm completely with you on that.
Yeah,
But
you
our
could be either
reaction-
right or wrong.
I think we don't want to create a new process. We want to
Exactly.
codify our existing process.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, you're correct, Commissioner Washington. Amendment number 5 would delete the requirement that the planning board's comments be transmitted by formal resolution.
Yeah, and I was clear on that. It was really the hearing component I wanted to make, because they were pretty explicit about requiring a hearing. So, I mean, that could mean a separate hearing on, just the legislation, which feels to me like a legislator role as opposed to advisory role.
This is if you let them, just set them on the,
I believe that they put that in there because in the past,
I'm sorry, there's Jody Wildley. I think you have yourself unmuted.
Thank you. Staff is muted him.
Okay.
I believe that they put that in there because in the past with the 5-day requirement, there were times when the board did not have the opportunity to weigh in on legislation, meaning there was not a hearing like today. And so this guarantees that the board will have the opportunity to weigh in and the public at the board hearing.
Okay, that's a helpful distinction. Thank you, Madam Director.
David, you had something you wanted to add as well, or are we okay? Okay. Okay, all right, we're good on this. Next one.
Okay, we had one more amendment, which was to delete the written authorization by the district council before the planning board could propose legislation. We would like to be able to propose legislation when necessary, as it relates to, one of the examples would be master plans. This bill says that we would always have to request written authorization, and we would like that to be amended to remove that requirement.
Clear?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Clear.
Okay. All right, so that's it. That's all the amendments. Anything else you want to add on CB2 2023? Commissioners, any questions, thoughts, reactions to this? Staff's recommendation is to support with amendments and the amendments that have been laid out. I'm fine with staff's recommendation unless there's any objections from you all. I don't think we need to, well, I guess we want to vote on these one by one.
Probably, yes.
Probably so, yes.
All right, so let's do it. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
Motion to
Mr.
accept
Chairman,
staff's recommendation
and I second with amendments.
with
With
amendment.
amendments. We have a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, second by Commissioner Washington to accept staff recommendations on CB 2 2023 with amendments.
Mhm.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Bailey,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner. I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Next is CB 3 2023. Ms. Hightower.
This bill amends the decision standards for the approval of DSPs and special exception applications to include master plan consistency as a required standard for site plan approval. Staff supports the purpose of CB3 2023 to make comprehensive plans part of the development and redevelopment of properties. But there are numerous challenges involved to applying comprehensive plan recommendations to a detailed site plan. DSPs regulate technical site design elements that are far removed from the general recommendations found in comprehensive plans. Also, the bill requires substantial conformance, which is not defined in the bill and is not clear what that means. Staff has recommended numerous amendments to the bill in the staff report. Also, staff would like to point out to the planning board that we are not able to utilize the consistency requirement to overrule specific design requirements of the zoning ordinance. Staff recommends that the planning board vote to oppose CB 3 2023 unless the bill is amended. And I can go over some of the other issues if you would like.
Why don't you run through real quickly the amendments?
Staff recommends the bill be amended to use the same language found in the subdivision regulations, requiring applications to be consistent with the general plan and to conform to all applicable area master plans, sector plans, or functional master plans. Also, if this bill moves forward, the language in the bill should be modified to require consistency only with Plan 2035. Many earlier plans contain recommendations that are not consistent with Plan 2035 and are not consistent with zoning imposed by the CMA that implemented Plan 2035. Many of the outdated plans at the DSP stage would generate many irresolvable conflicts between an outdated plan, Plan 2035, and the property's current zoning. So those are some of a lot of
Thank
the
you.
amendments.
A lot of good work went into this one, a lot of thoughtful work, thanks to the whole team, Director Checkley, Chad, Raina, Derek, all. Commissioners, any questions on this?
I do, and maybe it's just an opportunity for Mr. Williams and Ms. Hightower to expound, but the last paragraph on page 2, if I'm reading that, or I interpret my reading of that to perhaps suggest that the legislation is not even needed, you know, given the other bill proposals, and it says, you know, the best way to avoid text amendments is just to, you know, allow the zoning recommended in the council's CP or comprehensive plans. Am I reading that correctly?
You are reading that correctly, but if I may call upon Mr. Warner, if he's able to explain a little bit further, if that's appropriate, Commissioner Washington.
Absolutely.
Yeah, David Warner, Principal Counsel. No, it's a very good point. The central role that our master and sector plans play in the development process is to lay out the principles on which zoning should be adopted. And so that is a significant role these plans play. But the plans play other roles too. And they also lay out development standards and ideas and themes and goals and policies that aren't always able to be addressed through zoning. For instance, a proposal, there's a goal, I think, in the most recent West Fayetteville plan that says access should be provided to ensure pedestrians can cross properties to get to available transit sites. Well, when someone comes in for a detailed site plan, if conformance with the master plan is one of the standards, you can say, hey, I know you want to put the sidewalk over here, but that leads to nowhere. Put the sidewalk over here. That will enable pedestrians to get across your property to the transit station much more easier. Or wayfinding signage can be requested as part of a conformity standard. So there's a little bit more that plans do than just lay out what our zoning should say. And that's, I think, what the council is trying to get at here. Zoning will always take precedent. We made a point of saying that in our evaluation of this bill. But there are features in the planning process that could play a role at the detailed site plan stage, just like it does at preliminary plan. And so conformity isn't something that is necessarily irrelevant, just limited to only the zoning context, but also this other context that I talk about.
Okay, so there could be an appropriate role for this type legislation with, you know, the amendments as articulated by staff. That's correct, right? Okay.
Correct.
And so my follow-on question is, as we consider these pieces of legislation, because oftentimes during hearings, you know, we the commission body, if you will sometime engage in discussions which ultimately result in the applicant proffering proffering something as opposed to it being stipulated by us. I
Right.
just want to make sure as we think through or go through these pieces of legislation, that we're also thinking about what role, or does that impact our role in any way?
And see, that came up in our evaluation of this bill, and I pointed that out as expressly, because there are certain times where we will ask a applicant to proffer something that we really have no authority to ask, but we think is a good planning idea. And we do that from time to time, but we really don't have anything backing us up as to why it's a good planning idea. It comes from the nature of usually of our expertise. But if you have a plan that says, you know, we should provide, you know, adequate water and you know, facilities for a dog park, for instance, then you've got some support that someone looked at planning and said, you know, those are important facilities to have in conjunction with a park. And so when you ask for them, now you have got some actual support in a plan to back up what you think is a good idea. So I think it helps you in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warner. And Ms. Hightower.
Thank you.
Mr. Warner.
Do we have anything else on CB3 2023? Seeing nothing else, unless there's any objection, commissioners, I would look for a motion to accept staff's recommendation to oppose unless amended with the amendments laid out by our staff.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Washington and a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Next, we have CB5 2023. Ms. Hightower.
This bill reduces the time frame from 2 years to 1 year from the effective date of the bill to allow gas stations to use the old zoning ordinance regulations unless an application has already been filed and accepted. As the planning board already knows, all other uses will be able to use the grandfathering and transitional regulations. Under this bill, gas stations will only be allowed 1 year. If the bill is approved and the effective date is near April of 2023, there may be little time for notification of potential gas station applicants. Having that being said, limiting the development of gas stations is a district council policy decision. Staff would like to recommend that the language on page 2 of the bill, line 11, be deleted because the language conflicts and contradicts the language under letter D. Letter D is the only language needed to limit the period of time gas stations can use to develop, to limit the time period gas stations can use to develop using the old zoning ordinance regulations. Staff has also attached a revised draft of the bill, removing the language to be transmitted if the planning board so chooses to accept our amendment. Staff recommends that the planning board vote to take no position on CB5 2023 with amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Hightower. Commissioners, any questions for staff on this one?
Well, no question per se, but I just, in principle, have a concern with singling out a specific business category and treating them differently than other businesses. I don't know if that is if it is a legal issue. I mean, it's certainly not a legal issue that we would be involved in, but I guess on principle have concerns about that. So
Well, if you have concerns on this one, then you're going to love the next two.
Oh, I have the same concerns on those. I figured I'd say it at the top. So.
Right. I mean, I think typically we treat this as a policy issue for the district council. But the concerns are certainly well noted.
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, I know citizens have concerns too, but on balance, development is not a unilateral proposition, and so I think we it's incumbent upon us to think about the impact across the entire stakeholder population, you know, and that includes the business community, quite frankly. So,
I'm with you.
Yeah, one of the other difficulties with something like this is that if you specifically call out a use like gas station as principal use, or in other bills like tobacco as like a principal use, people are going to respond faster and more smartly than like politicians and local like policymakers can, and they're just going to change some of the uses. Like, you're going to have unintended consequences where people are going to say, okay, fine, then I'm going to add into a tobacco use like some amount of like other kinds of sales, whether it be like food or beverage or something else, as long as that's a permitted use. And then I don't have to qualify for the opening hours or these other restrictions that policymakers are placing on me. So I don't really have a fondness for some of these kinds of very directed amendments, just because, not that like it's not within the purview of the county council or district council to regulate them out, but just because business owners and others are going to be a lot faster to respond, and then we're going to get into this convoluted web of trying to outlaw or regulate out every single use, and it's just going to be a mess in some of these things. And that's the beauty of our recent zoning rewrite, is that we're trying to have a form-based and more generic kind of an approach to local regulations, rather than trying to pinpoint every single thing and then have this like 6,000 page document or 20,000 page document that is just a total like eyesore, and you can't find anything. And then that undoes the ability for like people who want to come into our county and do business and bring development, because they can't figure out what to do and what the rules are very clearly. So I would actually oppose singular uses like this, in my own personal opinion, whether it's gas station or tobacco or other things, and encourage the county council to find other ways to do it in terms of permitting, and not necessarily through the zoning process. You can also do it through taxation and other things. If you don't like something, just tax it more, but don't do it through like the zoning aspects. I think that's just the wrong way to do local governance and local regulations.
yeah, and I agree, Commissioner Doyle. I mean, you're right, because it begs the question, except for a gas station, quote unquote, principal use. Well, if I'm a convenience store with one gas pump, am I a gas store with principal use? Or am I, so, and we've had to deal with this issue, particularly as it relates to non-conforming use scenarios. Is it a barbershop that sells snacks? Does that make it a convenience store? Is it a barbershop? I mean, we've had to deal with those, and it's not been, you said it best, Commissioner Dorner, it's not as cut and dry, because you're right, they'll react to it and build around it, so.
Yeah, and in the meantime, they actually might be hurting small business owners. Like the people that we want to encourage that are local entrepreneurs might be the ones who are most affected by these kinds of bills, but just by blanket legislating of these things, we're not studying and figuring out like what's the actual problem we're trying to solve, and like who's going to be impacted, and might we actually hurt some local businesses or minority owners and different people that we actually would want to be trying to help. So I would actually oppose this bill, or find some way of taking maybe no position, but then offering up this kind of opposition language that we strongly discourage this practice, because it's not a good way to do it.
I agree.
Well, I was looking at the bill, and I guess the thing I'm thinking of, and probably the reason why the council proposed it, is I can think of umpteen times that we've had residents come in complaining about another gas station. And I'm guessing that's what the council is. It's a policy decision on their part trying to control that. And when the residents come in and complain about another gas station, you know what our response is. We can't do anything about it. Our hands are tied. And so we have to balance those two things, I think. I think we have to think about the residents. We have to think about the residents and the proximity of gas stations to residents, to the fumes, the toxic fumes that come out of gas. And I think that's a legitimate concern. I'm not saying that this is ideal way to address it, but I don't have a problem personally with trying to restrict where the gas stations can be located, particularly in residential or high dense areas.
No, I agree with you, Commissioner Giraldo, and I knew exactly what the impetus of this was, because we've all heard it. But this legislation, I don't think gets to the density and proximity issue. I mean, this gets to, quite frankly, when applications can be presented based on the new, in other words, if this bill passes, it effectively means any gas station that comes in will have to conform to the new zoning ordinance, which I also don't have a problem with. But again, it just seems, it's one thing to shave off, I think I've articulated my position. And I think it is the right balance, but we can't go to, just because the citizens feel it's crime, it brings, perhaps unsavory elements around. And I do get that, but where's the data? Because the only thing we've heard is just kind of qualitative opining. There's been no data that suggests that.
Some of the data that I can think of, at least with respect to the toxicity of the fumes in the gas, that's an issue.
Yes, I've heard that. Mr. Williams, I think, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Williams, you want to throw something in here?
Yes, sir. And I appreciate the conversation. I think there are a lot of good points raised here. I think I want to offer what we perceive as a little bit of additional context to this bill. So last October, with the many text amendments to amend the zoning ordinance that were passed at that time, one of them was CB 76 2022, which amended the special exception criteria in the new zoning ordinance to add a number of new regulations for gas stations throughout the county. They also changed the use permission for gas stations in some zones from permitted by right, subject to use specific standards, to requiring special exception. So what we see as relationship with CB5 is to focus on gas stations with the full intent, as you recognize, Ms. Washington, of forcing them to use the new ordinance so that those new regulations come into play. Because after April 1, 2022, there was no ability to amend the prior ordinance, which has since been superseded. So that's just another aspect of the conversation for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
But it still treats gas stations differently than any other type business, correct?
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
but
exclusive to one use, correct.
I mean, there's other legislation that exists that treats, for example, you can't have, when the county was faced with the go-go clubs and the women dancing and men dancing, they were, as long as you don't prohibit it entirely, you can limit it to certain zones, and that's constitutionally permissible. So again,
no, I don't disagree with that. The issue for me is the timing aspect. In other words, when the new zoning ordinance was adopted, there was a 2-year grandfather period for all businesses. And so this legislation in effect says, everybody else has until 2024 to potentially utilize the old zoning ordinance because of, applications and process or for whatever the other reasons are. But now we're saying, well, every other business other than gas stations has to, in other words, gas stations have to immediately conform to the new ordinance. So that's where the disparity is for me. It's not about where they should be, how they should be. That is that's just treating businesses unequitably.
I understand that, Commissioner. I think what we're faced with, and the question is whether we want to get into a policy. That was done, when the zoning code was approved and the amendments that the old council made, that was put in. Now we have a new council, and this new council has a new policy decision, and that's the rub that we're facing. And so this council believes that some of those amendments or changes that were made then are not or should not be applicable to now. That's where we are. So I
Well, I
don't disagree.
understand that, but I still don't believe that inures to equity in terms of the business community. That's the only point I'm making.
But I think, let me just weigh in for, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Bell, you want to weigh in?
I will wait. Mhm.
Yeah, I was just thinking, first of all, I appreciate the conversation, and I think this is the complexity of, lays out the complexity of this issue quite well. I'm kind of wearing my former hat as a former council member, and it's a different lens, and so I agree with the concern that this may not be the best way to approach zoning, and I also get that the council wants to use the authority that they have to respond to community concerns. Using the tools that they have, and that is just complicated, and it's a bit of a balance, and I get it, and I think in general that's why we tend to stay neutral on these kind of policy decisions that the council has, because they're, in a strange way, it's a little bit out of our lane. Even if we wear our sort of zoning lens, it doesn't always make sense. I get that. That's why when I look at this holistically, I think staff's position is the right one. Take no recommendation, suggest the amendments that we suggest, and it feels like that's the right balance in terms of us looking at this through our lens.
I agree with that position.
Mhm.
Can we modify it to at least discourage singular uses or kind of like popping out just one kind of use? Because while it still is their policy prerogative, it doesn't necessarily treat businesses equally, like Commissioner Washington is saying. So I think there is a concern that like maybe it's gas stations right now, and it's not as bad because citizens are always up in arms about gas stations, or if it's fast food, and they always talk about like health concerns and stuff like that. But who knows what it's going to be next time? And at least sending the message to them to be a little bit careful about like singling out uses, because if you're not studying these things and you're just responding to some sort of like ethos argument that you're receiving from your constituents, you may mess up the zoning and the things that you're trying to do later on, and it might be too late later. So I think it's at least worthwhile to include some sort of a cautionary tale in the staff summary or their reply.
I think we can have staff capture some of the complexity of this conversation and put that into the response. I think that feels appropriate to me. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going as far as saying we would discourage looking at at focusing on single uses, because there's Commissioner Giraldo brought up, for example, go-go clubs or strip joints or liquor stores, or there's all sorts of things that are single uses that are treated differently. So that's relatively normal, but to your point, Commissioner Dorner, there's a line, right? That we don't want them to cross, but this is their policy prerogative. So I'm trying to figure out how to throw that in there without. Mr. Warner.
Yeah, it just from listening to the discussion, at least Commissioner Washington and Commissioner Giraldo didn't necessarily have a problem with addressing issues related to gas stations through the new ordinance. I think what the concern that Commissioner Washington expressed is that everybody knew they were going to have 2 years when we adopted the new zoning ordinance. And now we're telling gas station owners midstream, or people that want to develop at midstream, that we're changing the rules on them. That sounds to me like what she's specifically concerned about. And that would be something that, would be a legitimate planning concern for the board.
That's exactly my point, Mr. Warner.
Well, I apologize for the needing the mansplaining, but now it really makes sense to me. And
I'm sorry
I get
to articulate it as well as Mr. Warner did.
No. It was helpful. It really was. So
I think that's
perhaps we can get that reflected in the comment. I'm sorry, Commissioner Giraldo, you have something to add?
No, I just think that's a policy decision as well. I understand what Council Warner has said, but I also think again that that's another policy decision. But I I wouldn't have a problem with mentioning something there about perhaps some inequity. But again, it goes back to the argument we had or the discussion that we had last week with the other bills in terms of where is the harm if you own the piece of property and you, in your mind, at some point you conceived, you know what, that might be a good location for a gas station. And then they change it, but you haven't done anything other than maybe spend some soft money, which is always happens. So that's the problem I have. Now, if some sort of application has been filed towards getting it, and I think that this provision, this proposed statute covers it, I think that takes care of that problem. But anytime you buy land and you have an anticipation that you're going to do something with it, but all you do is buy it, or you've been holding it and you've been thinking about, oh, this might be a good gas station, or this might be a good place for a liquor store, I don't see the harm.
Okay, I'll make one final comment, Mr. Chairman, and then I'll defer to my colleagues. This is clearly a passionate issue for me. This feels to me like reverse text amending, okay? Text amendments were also policy decisions of the council, and we know how very much we loved those. This feels very much like that to me. So that's my final comment, and I will yield to you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues.
I mean, I'm inclined to come to close to consensus around this and see if we can find some kind of, that the position's the position. That it sounds like by and large, we're in concurrence with staff's position. But if we can include some language in our response to this that speaks to some concerns around this, focusing on changing standards, especially standards around the grandfathering for specific uses, and we're mindful that that's a bit of a slippery slope. Mm-hmm. Would that be good enough?
It might be good enough, Mr. Chair, but we both know that there's only so far we can go in terms of recommending even to the council what should happen. We've both been there. So I think we have to be very careful how we do that and how we respond. I think we've spent a lot of time on this one, but we know with 6 votes, you can change Monday to Saturday. And I mean, it just doesn't warrant this kind of deep thought from my perspective.
I gotta say, you may not be able to hear it, but that comment evoked a wave of laughter from the staff on this side. That was very well said. Okay, so are we okay with that slightly modified language in our position?
I'm fine
Yeah,
with it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Hightower, you get where we're coming from?
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
All right. Okay, all right. So is there a motion?
Early this morning.
I didn't hear you. What was that?
I didn't mean to open Pandora's box so early this morning.
You did.
Is there a motion, Commissioner Washington?
I defer to my colleague, Mr. Giraldo.
Accept staff, take staff's recommendations and with the comments addressed by the board members.
I'll second you, Mr. Giraldo.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Giraldo, second by Commissioner Washington. Any discussion on the motion? I'll call the roll. Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
I vote aye.
Oh.
Commissioner Dorner.
I almost had a dissension there. All right, I'll vote aye.
I'll vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. And let us now move on to CB9. This is going to be familiar territory, but I think we've run through this one, so maybe we'll align ourselves in the same way. But Ms. Hightower, you want to take up CB9?
Yes, this bill amends the additional requirements for specific special exception use standards for tobacco stores, electronic cigarette stores, or retail tobacco businesses. This bill requires those businesses to operate from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m. Of course, as we discussed during the previous bill, limiting the hours of operation for these uses is a policy decision of the district council. Staff would like to recommend two very technical amendments that were made during drafting of the bill. Staff recommends that the planning board vote to take no position with technical amendments on CB 9 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Hightower. Commissioners, discussion on CB 9.
I would just like my comments related to the prior piece of legislation to be associated with this as well.
Understood. Any other comments, questions? So let me, before we take motion, we've asked Commissioner Hightower and team to look a little bit more holistically when there's a package of bills. And I think this is a good example of it. So we may want to have capture some of the discussion that we've been having can be communicated to the council related to these three pieces of legislation that have a little bit of the same look and feel.
It works for me.
That works. Mhm.
Okay. If there's no further discussion on CB 9, I would look for a motion on item.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the recommendation of staff and take no position on CB 9 2023.
Second.
With technical amendments.
Yes, with amendments. Thank you.
So there's a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Next is CB 11 2023. Ms. Hightower.
Yes, this bill would prohibit consolidated storage facilities in the CS, CGO, NAC, TAC Edge, and LTO Edge zones. The use would only be permitted in the IE, the IH, and the IEPD zones, which are industrial zones. The bill was presented 2 years ago as CB 100 2021 and failed to pass the county council. This bill would affect 21 existing consolidated storage facilities and could create at least 21 non-conforming uses as drafted. The limitation of consolidated storage facilities, as we discussed previously, is a policy decision of the district council, but the bill does propose major changes to the new zoning ordinance without a complete analysis. The new zoning ordinance includes design standards that promote attractive, high-quality consolidated storage facilities. Staff has recommended amendments to the bill should it move forward. The amendments are to clarify the purpose statement, and we request that they do not remove the special exception language that is bracketed to be removed from the bill. Staff recommends that the planning board vote to take no position on CB 11 with amendments.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I would add just a couple more points, if that's okay.
Yep, Mr. Williams.
Right, thank you. And for the record, Chad Williams, Park and Planning. I just want to emphasize 2 points that are in our staff report just for informational purposes and for your consideration. One is that in particular, everything we recognize as a council policy decision, particularly of where specific uses are allowed. But our concern is particularly with the CS zone and recommending a prohibition there, because when you look at the county as a whole, the locations where consolidated storage are proposed to be permitted would be the industrial zones, and more than a third of the county in our rural and agricultural areas do not have a lot of access to those zones. They would have access to the CS. So there's a concern about going against some of the policies and other plans about travel, and it's a convenience issue that we did put into our staff report. The other is that one of our technical revisions that Ms. Hightower covered was to retain the refer to special exception standards and use specific standards. I just wanted to call your attention to your earlier discussion on CB2 about technical staff being involved in the drafting of the bill to make sure that they follow the standards of the new zoning ordinance and the formatting of the new zoning ordinance. We speak extensively in one of our paragraphs about the inequities with other parts of the use tables that are created. But that's just an example to your earlier conversation to help kind of drive home the importance of that aspect. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Williams. And I think, commissioners, if we do follow staff's lead and accept their recommendations, then we want to make sure that all those, very thoughtful points get reflected in our comments as well.
I concur.
Yeah.
So
So any further discussion on this one?
No, not a discussion. I have just a question of Mr. Williams or Ms. Hightower. What was the purpose behind it? What's the legislative purpose behind this bill? Does anyone know?
Citizens don't want a lot of storage units in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I mean, are they thinking of a specific area or just in general? They want it.
This would appear to be a general
Yes.
additional limitation, sir. The purpose statement of the bill is very straightforward. It does not provide any additional detail as a legislative intent, nor does the associated legislative summary for this bill.
I think
Okay,
the
thank you.
assumption, I think Commissioner Geraldo, at least from my experience, the assumption is that these storage facilities can feel like a sort of a quick and dirty way to fill up what would otherwise be considered quality commercial space, even along some of our sort of main commercial corridors where we want to see more walkable, livable, playable corridors. And these things tend to create a kind of a dead space in those zones. I think that's probably the intent behind it. Maybe this is an overly simplistic way of going at it, or maybe it's a too broad a way of going at it, but I imagine that's where they're coming from.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about some of the new storage facilities that I've seen in the county seem to take up land that could otherwise be developed. And also in DC, when you go up Kenilworth Avenue, you have these humongous storage centers. So I understand that, but it's too much of a shotgun approach.
Right.
Yeah,
So
but
staff's position on this one is to take no position, though with some very thoughtfully prepared amendments. Where are we, commissioners?
just as a counterpoint, there are some storage facilities in DC around Catholic University where they've got the I think that's the Brooklyn metro area. And people who live in high density areas, if they have really small apartments, they may not have any storage. They may need a storage unit, and having them go a couple of miles out without a car, if we're trying to have them be carless, may not be the best thing to get density. I realize and recognize that in Prince George's County, we don't have high density really around these transit oriented kind of areas. But we do need to be careful and not just sort of assume that storage units is a bad or undesirable use that we should just relegate to the faraway areas outside of the density zones, because there might be very good reasons to having these. It's just in our county, yeah, we have them located in areas that are lower density and that are kind of farther away because we're encouraging people to drive their cars to them. There's perfectly good reasons to have them in metro located areas. If you have mixed use zoning, you can have residences that are on top of them or even right around them, and it's totally compatible. Maybe it's not taking up that bad of use if it's like right on top of a train track or right next to it, where you really don't want to have necessarily people living and being disturbed by the noise and stuff. Maybe it's not that bad of an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, and I think that my understanding, my read on staff is that they're in the same place and that the staff report is pretty specific about that issue.
Right.
So I appreciate
It's residential proximity.
Yeah. Okay, any further discussion on this one? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the recommendation of staff and take no position with amendments for CB 11-2023.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Geraldo. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Geraldo.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Did I?
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0 on CB 11/2023 to accept staff's recommendations with amendments. And finally, CR2. Oh, no, we have two more. So second to last, CR2 2023, Ms. Hightower.
This resolution establishes a health impact assessment and land use matters. CR2 recognizes that the current zoning ordinance already includes requirements for health impact assessments for DSPs, the draft general plan, whenever that happens, functional master plans, area master plans, or sector plans. The resolution also correctly states that there are procedural and logistical difficulties associated with the current health impact assessment requirements. CR2 also discusses best practices to be included for health impact assessments and says that the county does not follow best practices currently. The resolution also discusses that Plan 2035 identifies policy recommendations for health concerns in the county. Initial drafts of the new zoning ordinance remove the requirement for health impact assessments, deferring to national best practices as needed and to be determined by the planning board. But the council, during the adoption of the new zoning ordinance, restored the prior zoning ordinance's health impact assessment requirements. Staff supports the national best practices approach to determine need, but notes this resolution does not mandate that the best practices approach be used and does not affect current zoning laws. A separate bill is needed to change the current health impact assessment requirements. Staff recommends that the planning board vote to support CR2 2023 for the purposes of revising the county's health impact assessment process to incorporate national best practices.
I like it.
Ms. Hightower. Commissioners, any questions on this? Seems pretty straightforward.
I like
No
it.
discussion, no questions. Look for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Giraldo, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
And Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. And last but not least, CR6 2023. Ms. Hightower.
This resolution formally adopts the Climate Action Plan and the supplemental comments report. The resolution requires an annual status briefing to the county council. Staff supports the goals, objectives, and guiding principles of the Climate Action Plan. However, staff has concerns about the ability to implement several of the priority recommendations and action steps in the Climate Action Plan. Some of those concerns include mandates that affect staffing. What I mean by that is the planning department for several years has considered climate change in the preparation of plans. One of the recommendations requires a comprehensive review of all 37 active area master plans, sector plans, and transit district development plans. Also, the 8 active functional master plans, as well as Plan 2035. We have concerns about the recommendations pertaining to the zoning ordinance. Some of the other recommendations have been implemented already in the new zoning ordinance, and other topics are not regulated by the zoning ordinance that we're required to deal with. Staff recommends that the planning board vote to support CR 6 2023 in concept and to convey concerns about certain recommendations and action steps specified in the Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hightower. Commissioner, I just want to say I'm quite aligned with where staff is on this. I really appreciate the goals and the intent around the Climate Action Plan. Talk about the devil in the details. Fully implemented tomorrow, it would be an absolute killer for the county's economy. There's no other way to say it than that. But I guess I'm channeling a bit the county executive's view on this, or at least her team, that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can figure out how to meet some of these goals and do it in a way that still supports the county's economy and helps the county's economy grow. So given that, I think staff's comments sort of reflect that balance, and I support their views on this. So I'm curious to see where you all are.
I'm similarly aligned, Mr. Chairman. I have no further comments.
Okay. Others? No other comments or questions? Then I look for a motion.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
A second.
Second.
We have a motion second to accept staff recommendations, to support and to convey staff concerns about certain recommendations, and especially the action steps specified in the climate action plan. The motion was by Commissioner Washington. The second was Commissioner Giraldo. Was that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye. Let's go green.
Let's go green. I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. And that's it for item 3A. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Ms. Hightower. Thank you, Mr. Williams. So we have no consent agenda items today, so we will move to item 5 on our regular agenda. This is a Countywide Planning Division, MRF 2022-019 Bell Station Solar Array. Oh, this item was removed from the Planning Board agenda, so we're not taking this up.
Right.
So we'll move on to item 6, which is an extension request for a preliminary plan 4-18017, the Enclave at Brandywine. Mr. Haller is the attorney for the applicant. Mr. Heath is giving the staff report. Let me turn it over to Mr. Heath briefly on this one, and then we'll see if Mr. Haller has anything he wants to add. I don't think we have anybody signed up for this one to speak. Mr. Heath.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Shapiro, members of the board. For the record, Antoine Heath with the subdivision section. Item 6 is an extension request for a preliminary plan of subdivision 4-18017, the Enclave at Brandywine. The applicant is proposing a 1-year extension until December 31st, 2023, and all information regarding this extension request has been stated in the staff memo, and staff is recommending approval. If it is the will of the board to make a motion, this will conclude staff's presentation, but if you would like a more detailed presentation, I'm prepared to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. I appreciate the report. Commissioners, if there are no questions for Mr. Heath, let me turn to Mr. Haller to see if there's anything he wants to add on this.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Thomas Haller, attorney with offices in Largo, on behalf of the contract purchaser of the property, Shield Investments LLC. We submitted a letter dated November 18th, 2022, requesting the 1-year extension, and the basis for our request is detailed in the letter. We support the staff's recommendation of approval of the 1-year extension, and we'll be happy to provide more details or answer any questions that you have regarding the request.
Thank you, Mr. Haller. Commissioners, any questions for either Mr. Haller or staff on this item? Seeing none, if there's nothing else before us in this, there's nobody who's signed up to speak on this matter, right? Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the recommendation of staff and approve the 1-year extension for preliminary plan 4-18017. Excuse me.
We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Next
Thank you.
item 7 on our agenda. This is also an extension request for preliminary plan 4-15011 Stevens Crossing at Brandywine Outlot W. Mr. Gibbs is the attorney for the applicants. Mr. Diaz-Campbell is the will give the staff report. I'll turn it over to Mr. Diaz-Campbell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
All right, great. So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I am Eddie Diaz-Campbell with the subdivision section. Item number 7 on the agenda is an extension request for preliminary plan subdivision 4-15011, Stevens Crossing at Brandywine, Outlot W. This preliminary plan of subdivision approved 56 lots and 9 parcels for development of 56 townhouse dwelling units. Preliminary plan was approved by Planning Board on December 3, 2015, and was valid through December 31, 2022, due to prior legislative extensions of the plan's validity period. By letter dated November 12, 2022, the applicant requested a 1-year extension of the plan's approval. This is the applicant's first extension request. If this request is approved, the preliminary plan subdivision will be valid through December 31, 2023. Staff has provided a memorandum which evaluates the extension request for its conformance to the required criteria for approval of an extension, which are contained within the prior subdivision regulations. The staff recommends approval of the extension request. I'd be happy to further present the plan and discuss the required criteria if requested by the board. Otherwise, this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Any questions for staff? Turn it over to Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board, Edward Gibbs, an attorney with offices in Largo, and I do represent the applicant and the owner of this property. I just wanted to remind the board that this is part of the overall Stevens Crossing development, and the major land area of this project was the subject of a revision which the Planning Board approved for 6 years in January of 2022. And this particular section, 56 lots, had an additional year and wasn't able to be included in the last revision because it was approved as part of a separate preliminary subdivision plan. So all of the analysis that pertained to that extension pertains to this one. Very much appreciate Mr. Diaz-Campbell's staff report and his analysis. And with that, I would be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Gibbs? No questions for Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Seeing none. No one signed up to speak. What is your pleasure on this item?
Chairman, I move that we accept the recommendation of staff and approve the 1-year extension for preliminary plan 4-15011.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Mr. Diaz-Campbell, we'll see you in about 10 seconds. This is item 8. It's a reconsideration of a preliminary plan 4-03071 Forest Hills. Mr. Diaz-Campbell will give the staff report. Mr. Balian is the applicant. And let me turn it to Mr. Diaz-Campbell first.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, for the record, I am Eddie Diaz-Campbell with the subdivision section. Item number 8 on the agenda is the reconsideration hearing for preliminary plan of subdivision 4-03071 Forest Hills. At the July 30, 2020 Planning Board hearing, the Planning Board granted the applicant's request to hear a reconsideration to modify conditions 10 and 11 and finding 7 of Prince George's County Planning Board Resolution number 04-06, adopted on February 12, 2004. The board granted the request for reconsideration based on other good cause in furtherance of substantial public interest. The applicant's request, laid out in their July 1, 2020 letter requesting the reconsideration, pertains to a trail the applicant is required to construct on the west side of the property, which is part of the Master Plan Western Branch Trail. Specifically, the applicant wishes to remove the requirement to construct the trail entirely and instead pay an approximately $200,000 fee to the County Department of Parks and Recreation, which they will use to make improvements to the Collington Trail system east of the property. As a matter of housekeeping, there is one item of additional backup for this case, which staff received prior to the noon deadline on January 10. This is a change the applicant has proposed to the amended conditions of approval recommended by staff. Next slide, please. The site is located in the eastern part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 79 and Council District 6. Next slide, please. More specifically, the site is located on the west and east sides of Maryland 202, approximately 200 feet south of Kent Drive. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the site is located in the Legacy Comprehensive Design, or LCD zone. Properties to the east and west are also in the LCD zone. North and southeast of the site are properties in the residential estate zone. Southwest of the site are properties in the rural residential zone. Next slide, please. The property's current zoning notwithstanding, this preliminary plan of subdivision was approved under the prior zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, which were in effect prior to April 1st, 2022. Prior to April 1st, the property was in the residential low development zone. This reconsideration was therefore evaluated under the prior zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations as well. Next slide, please. The aerial map shows that the site consists of existing woodlands. Also visible are a variety of single-family subdivisions surrounding the development, including both attached and detached units. Next slide, please. The site map shows that the property has a hilly topography, generally sloping downward from Maryland 202 to stream valleys on the east and west sides of the site. Though site grading will be required to construct dwellings and roadways, the development is generally located on the flattest, most elevated part of the site. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map shows Maryland 202, an existing roadway which is shown in the master plan of transportation, as splitting into a primary road and an expressway within the boundaries of the site. The primary road is shown in pink and the expressway in purple on the slide. At the time of the original preliminary plan of subdivision approval, sufficient right-of-way dedication for the master plan roadways was required and is now recorded. Next slide, please. This slide shows the west side of the preliminary plan of subdivision, west of Maryland 202. Highlighted in yellow is the approximate alignment of the segment of trail originally required to be constructed by the applicant, and now proposed to be removed from their requirements. The preliminary plan approved 116 lots and 9 parcels for the development of 116 single-family detached dwelling units. The applicant is not at this time proposing any new lots or dwellings over those previously approved, and the applicant is not required with this reconsideration to seek reapproval of the lots or dwellings previously approved. The lots were previously platted, and they require approval of a specific design plan by the planning board before they can be built upon, as SDP-0414, the original specific design plan approved prior to the platting of the lots, has expired. The conditions of the subject preliminary plan of subdivision require that at the time of specific design plan, the applicant shall work with the Department of Parks and Recreation to determine the exact alignment of the Western Branch Trail through the site. Conditions also require that the applicant construct this trail segment prior to issuance of the 58th building permit. Therefore, to gain approval of the specific design plan and ultimately construct development without constructing the trail, the applicant is seeking reconsideration of the conditions which require the trail. In addition to being subject to a preliminary plan of subdivision, the site is also subject to a basic plan, A-9895, and a comprehensive design plan, CDP-9901. These plans, similar to the preliminary plan, previously require the construction of the Western Branch Trail through the site. However, the applicant previously sought amendment of these plans to remove their requirements to construct the trail. The District Council approved an amendment to the basic plan, A-9895-01, on April 26, 2021, and the Planning Board approved an amendment to the Comprehensive Design Plan, CDP-9901-01, on November 17, 2022. At the time of the basic plan amendment, the applicant agreed to pay $200,000 to the Department of Parks and Recreation to support improvements to the Collington Trail system, in lieu of constructing a segment of the Western Branch Trail. The findings of the basic plan amendment noted that since the original approvals for the property, no master plan trail systems have been built or are planned to be built on the Western Branch, and the area has been significantly built out with several communities. They further note that the Collington Trail system to the east is a more feasible north-south trail for the area that will better serve the larger community. For this preliminary plan reconsideration, staff recommends that the applicant's request to remove their requirement to build a trail segment be approved, as such removal would be consistent with the recent amendments to the basic plan and comprehensive design plan. The build out of the community without other segments of the Western Branch Trail in place, and the approval of amendments to the site's basic plan and comprehensive design plan are events that could not be anticipated at the time of the original preliminary plan approval, and so are good cause for the reconsideration. Notwithstanding the applicant's request to amend conditions 10 and 11 and finding 7 of the preliminary plan resolution, staff found that findings 5 and 8 of the resolution would also need to be amended, and condition 15 deleted entirely in order to support the applicant's request. Detailed recommendations on how the conditions and findings should be modified are contained in the staff memorandum for this reconsideration. Should the board approve reconsideration of this preliminary plan resolution, staff will revise the resolution as described in the memorandum and place the revised resolution on the planning board's agenda for adoption. Next slide, please. This slide shows the east side of the preliminary plan, located east of Maryland 202. Collington Trail System is located generally east of this side of the property. Next slide, please. A Type 1 tree conservation plan was approved alongside the preliminary plan of subdivision. This TCP1 approved woodland conservation on the west side of the property on land that is now owned by MNC PPC. Disturbances to the woodland area caused by the trail were accounted for on the original TCP1, and such disturbances will no longer be caused if the trail is no longer required to be constructed. A new TCP1 is not required in order to show this change. However, a new Type 2 tree conservation plan will be required with the specific design plan, and this TCP2 will reflect the lack of disturbance. Next slide, please. This slide shows the east side of the property in the Type 1 tree conservation plan. Next slide, please. In summary, staff recommends the planning board approve the reconsideration of preliminary plan of subdivision 4-03071 to amend conditions 10 and 11, delete condition 15, and amend findings 5, 7, and 8 with the specific changes outlined in the staff memorandum. The applicant submitted one proposed change to the conditions of approval in order to clarify that improvements will be made to the Collington Trail system specifically. Staff agrees with the proposed change, which is included in the backup. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Before we go to the applicant, Mr. Diaz-Campbell and Mr. Hunt, question for both of you. I just want to make sure that I understand this. What's before us is simply the reconsideration. And I'm only saying that because I know that we have folks who are signed up to speak. I imagine from what I've seen and what I think we'll hear is they have concerns about the development overall. That's actually not what's before us, and I don't want it to be misunderstood that the whole development is before us because Mr. Diaz-Campbell has gone through essentially laying out the entire development plan, which is helpful, but I'm not sure it's relevant to what's actually before us, which is simply the reconsideration.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for the record, this is James Hunt with the Development Review Division. Yes, you are correct. The applicant has requested a reconsideration of conditions, specific conditions relative to the trail and a specific finding in the resolution that took place prior to. And so that is the only thing that's being reconsidered at this point in time, not anything regarding the development itself, the amount of homes there, the density or anything like that. It's specific to the trail issue. And so those involved are the specified conditions as well as the finding.
Thank you. I just want to make sure for myself and for commissioners and even for the public, obviously you get to speak to what you want to speak to, but the only thing that's before us is this reconsideration and the relatively narrow issue of the trail. So with that, let me turn first to the applicant.
Can I ask Mr. Diaz a question?
Yeah, before the applicant, Commissioner, we have questions for staff. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just on the indexing of how much the amount would be, I think we may need to revise that slightly just to be a little bit more precise, because there's a lot of inflation nowadays. And depending on what version of the CPI you use and then what month it's indexed to as the base can sometimes drastically change the computation. So I know in the staff report, it says like it's indexed to the BLS's consumer price index of the CPI in 2021 dollars as of the payment date. But Mr. Diaz-Campbell, can you expound upon that? And I don't know if you know the technical details of it, but are we going to clarify, is this like the CPI for all urban consumers, less shelter? Is it a particular month in 2021 that we're using as the base? Because this can make a difference in terms of how the actual number is done.
Excuse me. So the indexing that we are recommending with this preliminary plan reconsideration is consistent with the indexing that was recommended and approved with the basic plan amendment that preceded this reconsideration. So that is in the basic plan conditions as well. So if we were to specify a different indexing now, it would not be consistent with the prior indexing specified in the basic plan. And there wasn't additional analysis done with this reconsideration on what kind of indexing would be appropriate.
So I'm not asking to change the index itself, but to be very specific about how it's done. Because there are many versions of the CPI that the BLS puts out, and you can pick different months. And so if you just say 2021, that's rather meaningless unless you're saying it's December of 2021 or January of 2021. Last year, we had inflation that almost got up to double digits with the CPI. If you picked January versus December to base it, it's going to be a really big difference. So I think we need to be specific, even if it's not necessarily inconsistent with the initial plan, but it's just more specific so we know more precisely how we're actually measuring that. And maybe the applicant has already thought about it and actually has something in mind, but since we're looking at this specific condition, there is ambiguity in how it would be calculated. And I think at least in the staff report, if we don't change the condition itself, the staff report needs to have some very specific guidance in terms of how that would actually be taking place.
So
may I speak to that?
Before Ms. Bellion, was that you?
Yes. Yes.
Hold off on that because before we get to you, I just want to check with staff to answer Commissioner Jordan's question about what do we use, or do we rely on the applicant to make that decision? And I'm not sort of judging it either way. I just want to know what our practice is at this point.
Good morning. If I may, this is Sherry Connor with the subdivision section. I'd just like to point out that this condition was arrived at in consultation with the Prince George's County Parks Department, and they would be the ultimate arbiter of the cost index that user was intended with these conditions. I'm happy to consult with them on the index that they use and provide that as supplemental information and clarify that with the resolution.
Great. Commissioner Dorner, is that satisfactory?
Yeah, I think that's fine because we just need to have something specific, because if you're actually to Google CPI and try and actually do this, you can do it a bunch of different ways. So I just wanted to be very clear so that way there's no ambiguity in terms of what we think it's supposed to be, or parks, and what the applicant thinks it should be as well.
All right. Thank you for that. And thank you, Ms. Connor, for the clarification. Okay, any other questions for staff?
No, what I want to make sure I heard Mr. Diaz-Campbell, this was language that was used before with this particular project, was it not? With regards to the CPI, and is that a concern that if we define it differently now or more specific, that could be inconsistent with the previous approval?
So what I'm hearing is that we could leave the condition alone to make sure it's consistent with the previous condition, but include in the resolution additional findings specifying exactly how that is calculated. And that would provide clarity without causing any inconsistencies.
Yeah, because Manny, if you were to go out and do it,
I understand what you're saying, Will. What I'm thinking is this could be a problem overall, and that perhaps we need to define at the outset what it is. Not so much with this application for reconsideration, but in the future, maybe consultation between Parks and Rec and staff to determine which CPI to use whenever it's used, so it's consistent throughout all of the findings or conditions that we impose in the future. That's all. I agree. I know what you're saying, Will.
yeah, and I agree with that. I think knowing whether or not we use the all urban consumers, all consumers, if we use less shelter, and then if we measure it from January or December, how we do it, or maybe date of application or approval, that information is extremely important. Especially, usually it's not. But usually CPI is like, it ranges from like 1.5% to 3% each year, so it's not a big deal. But when we get up close to 10%, then all of a sudden it matters a lot. So yeah, I think it would be good going forward to definitely have that clearer in the conditions. But at least for now, I think we can do findings within the staff report to just make sure we're all under agreement.
Can I ask one question of clarification for legal purposes from the board's motion?
Go ahead.
I would also interpret the $200,000 payment as beginning as of the date of the approval of this reconsideration, if you were to approve it. I think that's how I would interpret that. I don't know if that's a question too, but we would start with the date of your approval with the $200,000 and then apply whatever CPI we're going to apply as of this date. That's how I would interpret this.
Yeah, I think that's how I would do it mathematically if I was actually trying to do this, and this was like something I was doing statistically or with numbers. Just a reference there to like the $2021 is a little bit weird. Because that to me means that we're going to go back and look at the base of the CPI in 2021 and then adjust it forward, but not necessarily be consistent with what you just stated. Just take it today and then see how much CPI actually increases and what inflation we do, and then adjust that $200,000 to 220 or 210 or whatever it might be at the time of that payment. So yeah, I think that would, what you've just described would be what I think is what my interpretation of the intent of what we would try and do. But that's not clear when I read that condition in number 15 that's actually how it would happen, because I would not do it that way if I were reading 15. But what you described, I think, is what I would actually do from like a finance kind of standpoint.
I agree with that approach. I would think you would start at 200,000 and then apply the CPI from that date going forward.
Yeah.
Whenever
So
the 50th
the base would be now.
along.
And if I were to like rewrite that condition or rewrite some of the findings, I would talk about using the base CPI that you would use to inflate the number or deflate it, depending on how it goes. But probably inflate the number with the base of January 2023, using like the consumer price index for all urban consumers or less shelter, whatever we decide it is, just to be very specific with that. I don't understand really the reference to $2021 unless you're trying to use some sort of a dollar amount from the CPI to adjust it and determine like what the inflator is. But the CPI is an index, it's not a dollar amount. So talking about a $2021 for the CPI is, it doesn't really, it confuses me some when I see that.
All right, much appreciated. Staff, any concerns around how you're going to craft this? I how you might craft this, depending on what we do. Given the conversation with Commissioner Dorner and Mr. Warner, Mr. Hunt, Ms. Diaz-Campbell, Ms. Connor, you're okay?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we're clear.
Hi, Sherry Connor again. I would just say the 2021 date comes from the basic plan and when that amendment was approved. So that was specifically adopted in the conditions of the basic plan based on its date of approval.
Okay. Are we clear? Good.
I know where it comes from, but I don't know what it means, but yeah, that's fine. It's confusing to me to see the $2021 reference in there, and I realize it's carried over, but I don't know how we necessarily use that, and maybe that's partially my fault for not having caught it a long time ago and raised the concerns. So I apologize if so. As long as the findings are clear, I think that'll work.
I think that's the key, and that's where I want to make sure staff you feel like you can make the findings clear. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. I believe so.
I think. Good. Okay. All right. Great. Any other questions for staff before we turn to the applicant? Seeing none, Mr. Balian, take it away.
Chair Shapiro, members of the Planning Board, this is Sevak Balian of Haverford Homes, today representing Quad Construction Corporation, the owner of this property. Can you hear me clearly? I just want to make sure.
We can hear you perfectly clear.
Thank you. This property is currently owned by Quad Construction Corporation. Quad used to be a large developer in Prince George's County. It comprised of 3 individuals. They were my dad, my uncle, and Herschel Blumberg, who owned a lot of property in the Hyattsville area. And since they started working on this property in the late 1980s into the 1990s, and till now, all 3 partners passed away in that process, and the property got delayed in development because it was going through several estate related issues related to their deaths. They've asked their family members, including my mother, asked to get involved with this project and try to bring it to fruition, and that's what I've been trying to do since pre-COVID, when I met with the Parks Department and I said, do you really, since you're going to own this property where this trail is on the western side of the property, do you really want a trail there that goes nowhere and will not go anywhere that you will eventually have to maintain? And they agreed that really it made sense to have the trail more to serve the greater good of Prince George's County, to have funds so that they can connect all the trails that other subdivisions had built on the Collington Trail, which is on the east side of this property, where Beech Tree has built trails and several other subdivisions have built trails for the benefit of the Parks Department. And by having these funds, they would be able to connect these trails, and a larger community of individuals would benefit from that. And so that's how we started it. And then I said, okay, let's open the preliminary plan so we could make this quick modification and get going. Unfortunately, this was about 3-4 years ago, and there was nothing quick about it because COVID hit. And then I found out that I had to really go back and open the basic plan up and then open up the comprehensive design plan. And I'd been working on that through the COVID process to do all those things with the delays. So I went in front of the zoning hearing examiner and the People's Council to start the process. And then I went in front of the district council to get their approval as well. And then recently, 2 months ago, I was in front of you, planning board members, to amend the comprehensive design plan so that we could get to this point and now amend the preliminary plan. And believe it or not, even though I was working diligently throughout that process, it really took 3 years with all the delays that were caused by COVID and and getting hearings set and so on. So here we are, and there are two important things I want to talk about and address. One is, why are we doing this, which I talked about, which is really an effort by the Parks Department, understanding that really a small trail here will not make sense for anyone, will not serve the greater good, which is their purpose, to serve the greater good of the community. And that's when they came up with the dollar amount. And the reason it's pegged to the 2021 dollar amount, and I'll go into this a little bit, especially these days with CPI discussions, especially today, for example, everyone was waiting at 8:30 to see where the CPI index was doing. But the 2021 dollar amount reflects the amount that the Parks Department requested from me on what the fee in lieu would be for this trail. And after that, starting in 2021, that amount starts escalating. So in essence, all this inflation that we've had today, that 200,000 is much more because of the significant inflation that's already happened last year and the year before. So we speak about 200,000, but the 200,000 is the 2021 dollar amount, whereby if this development, let's say, starts developing in 2024 after all the approvals are done, then that 200,000 will capture all the inflation that's happened in 2022, 2023, and 2024, and it will escalate up to a greater amount. Having said that, the second issue that Commissioner Dorner raised, what is the CPI and how is that determined? That is not something that I have any input on, but that number is based on, I'm getting some feedback here.
Give us 1 sec. We've got somebody we need to mute.
He will still grow.
It wasn't actually, but we'll take care of it.
Okay. So that amount is typical language that I've seen in many resolutions which are indexed to the CPI, whether it's transportation conditions or other forms of payments that whether it's the Parks Department or the Prince George's County Department of Planning or Department of Permitting uses to index up based on inflation and their calculation. So I believe, now I'm not sure because I'm not an employee in any of these agencies, but I believe they use that same language throughout many of those resolutions. And I myself am curious what that language or how they predicate that language, what kind of CPI they use. But again, there is consistency because that language has carried over from many other resolutions that I've seen in the past, and it's something that's just placed in there that's consistent. So I think I spoke a little bit about the history of this project, where we are and why we're doing this for the greater good of the greater community rather than just this one western parcel of this community. And that's more or less it, unless you have any further questions. If I'm able to answer them, I will certainly answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Ballion, much appreciated. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Ballion? Don't believe we have any. Thank you very much.
So no question.
Go ahead, Mr.
So I don't have any question. I appreciate the clarifications on the dollar amount of the CPI. I think going back to what Mr. Warner was saying, then that kind of changes how we should clarify it in the staff report, that it doesn't start with the base of today or this month. It would start with the base of 2021 based on what Mr. Ballion said. And then in terms of like how we reference the CPI, even if it's everywhere, it doesn't mean it's right. So that's kind of the problem right now, is that there are a couple of different forms of the CPI that you can use, and they don't vary a lot, but they do matter. And this could be money out of your pocket that would matter. So getting it consistent and correct, and to serve the purpose that we want is, I think, important. And just for like our staff to know, that the typical one that you're probably, I assume, maybe going to reference might be the CPI for that I had mentioned before for all urban consumers, which is just, it's denoted as like CPI-U. Sometimes if you're just going to like Google it. But there are other series where it's called like the all items less shelter. So if you're inflating housing and you don't want housing to actually take into account the value of inflation from housing itself, then you use the all items less shelter, which is a particular price index series that the BLS produces. So I think we just need to make a decision about like what's being used and if that's the most appropriate one, and just make sure it's consistent. And then probably going from this point forward, be really clear in the documentation so there's not any ambiguity, so that our processes are very transparent. And then anyone who actually picks it up and tries to do it gets it the same way as what we would.
Yeah,
Thank you. We'll work with staff to make sure that we do that staff takes this up and finds a more precise way of addressing this issue. I appreciate the comments, Commissioner.
Yeah, Chair Shapiro, if I may, I think that's an excellent point, because I think for the development community in general, or for the business community, whoever's coming in front of you, that is a question mark. We don't know what they're using specifically, whether it's at the county or the Parks Department or any other agency. And to have more specifics, as you noted, there are a number of various CPIs out there, and to have more specifics would always be helpful.
Thank you. Mr. Warner, you can take this on, work with the team, and come up with a good, clean plan. Thank you. Thank you again, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Balian. If there's no further questions for Mr. Balian, I don't see any more comments, then we have speakers signed up. We have 5 folks who signed up to speak. Let me just check to see who's here. Jody Wildy.
Here, present.
Excellent. Francine Wright. Francine Wright on the phone. We'll allow space for Francine Wright in case things change. Linda Folwick.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Hang tight. We'll get back to you. Michael Blunt. Mr. Blunt. Okay, same thing. We'll see if we can come back to him. Melina Meshako. Nope. Okay. So I'll remind the speakers again that obviously you know, say whatever you need to say related to this. I'll give each of you 3 minutes, which is our practice, up to 3 minutes, and be mindful though that what is before us is simply the reconsideration. So the broader development is not before us. Simply this reconsideration related to the conditions and the amended findings on this trail issue. That is what's before us as a body. So with that, let me turn first to Jody Wildy. You can take it away.
Okay.
And if you could introduce yourself, name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Jody Wildy, 14609 Brock Hall Drive. I am a member of Concerned Citizens of Prince George's County, District 4 and surrounding areas. I understand, I would be remiss, and I understand that, you know, this is about the trail, but I would be remiss if I didn't have questions, number one, and number two, I'm trying to understand how something was approved in 2004 with the demographics changing and still have been accepted. The plan was approved 19 years ago. Significant development has been made in the area, which would invalidate many of the findings. In addition, there are still environmental considerations. I live, basically, this is going to impact my backyard. And we are not, generally people from Prince George's County are not adverse to development. What the issue more or less is that if 202, 725, and 301 are not going to be expanded, then we already have an issue with traffic. I live on Brock Hall. takes me 15 minutes to get out of Kent Drive when traffic is at its peak, and probably 8 minutes when it's not at its peak. 725 is 2 lanes. When a train comes by, you could be backed up all the way to Perrywood, I'm sorry. Basically, what I'm saying is 202, 301, and 725 would not accommodate any new development which has already occurred on Peerless. I'm hoping that you all took in consideration that there was a development on Peerless, and then we have a gateway development on 725 and 301. There are also railroad tracks, as I mentioned. And we live in an area where on Brock Hall and Kent is one way in and one way out. We have an egress and an ingress and an egress just on Kent Drive so that we can get to 202. If there's an emergency on either side closer to 725, or on the opposite side of Kent Drive, then we are unable to get out of our development. Additional housing, you all are going to cut down a significant number of trees, and contrary to what is said, that area, 725, still floods. In fact, to a point where if you're going towards the town of Upper Marlboro, they closed that bridge because of the flooding. And I've seen how the topographical landscape goes down where they're considering building housing. So if you have significant rain, I would be concerned about the flooding in that particular area. In addition, there's no public school to service the number of students that are going to be living in that particular area. And one of my big—
Let me ask you to wrap it up real quick, okay?
Okay. Well, one of my big issues is that the hearing notices, they're put on, we brought this to the city council, is put on an area where it's impossible to stop and read that particular sign to even get any information on it. One other question is, if I guess for clarification, is 202, 725, and possibly 301 going to be expanded? Because again, it will not accommodate any additional traffic. And the other thing is, why was it approved in 2004 and now just coming to fruition? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wadi. I hope you can hear me. I'm having a camera issue, but I'm going to continue moving forward, folks. If you can hear me, okay. Thumbs up, you can hear me? Okay, good. Hopefully my camera will start working soon. Ms. Wadi, thank you very much for your thoughtful comments. In terms of the questions that you have, if you reach out to staff, we may be able to help you with some answers to some of the questions that you have, okay? And so I certainly want to come.
Mr. Campbell, I spoke with him.
Okay, all right, good. So we'll make sure that conversation continues so you can get the information you need to address some of the questions that you have, and I appreciate your comments. Next on the list, we have Linda Folwick. I think I saw you just a second.
Here I am. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now perfectly. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Yes, I'm Linda Folwick, and I live at 3112 Eaton Drive, which is very close to the Eaton Drive and 202 intersection. I signed up to speak before I realized the scope of this hearing, and I appreciate the clarification. But I'd just like to say a few things, and staff has been very helpful to me in the last couple of days sending me information. I'm not opposed, I signed up as opposed, but I'm not opposed to the change in the trails, obviously. I'm not even necessarily opposed to the project, but I am very concerned, like Jody said, about traffic, because 202 has gotten very bad, very dangerous in the years that I've been here. Staff was helpful in sending me a copy of the resolution from 2004, and it included the results of some traffic studies. The traffic study was done in 2003, and it already showed a pretty significant problem along Route 202, especially at Eaton Drive and a number of the other side streets that the neighborhoods use to get to their homes. They extrapolated that out to 2006, assuming the project would be built in 2006, and it was even worse. Now we're actually almost 20 years after the traffic study. And I guess what I'd like to know, the resolution includes item 23, which talks about widening 202 and putting in a stoplight somewhere between Black Swan Drive and 725. I'm not clear whether it actually said that was a part of the project or a condition for the project. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me more about that. But I would like to know if that is still in the works, because if it is, that would alleviate, I believe, a lot of the traffic problems. If it's not, I don't think we ought to be approving developments that reduce the quality of life for everyone already living here without doing anything about the traffic. So that's my big concern. And as I said, your staff has been very helpful sending me documents, and I appreciate that. And you may not be able to answer those questions today, but if you could give me information about where and when we can have input into those issues, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holwick. And we, again, as I said with Ms. Waldy, I'm glad you're already communicating with staff, and please continue to do so, and we'll make sure you get the information that you're asking about, okay? And I appreciate you taking the time to come and speak about this.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I put myself on mute. We have 3 more folks on the list. I'm gonna check to see if they're here. We have a Francine Wright. Is there a Francine Wright ready to speak? No, we also have a Michael Blunt. And then finally, a Melina Machako. Okay. Hope it's not technical issues, but we certainly have given you the opportunity. So I have no one else on the list to speak on this issue. Commissioners, any further discussion on this issue? Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Anything you've heard from the residents? Again, I know that this is a much narrower issue than folks in the community have been talking about. We're simply focused on this reconsideration request. So if there's no further questions or comments for anybody, that I'll consider this public hearing closed. And let me turn it back over to you, commissioners. What is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, well, first I would like to thank the citizens for coming out and sharing their thoughts and comments. And with that, I move that we adopt the amended findings 5, 7, and 8, and also to incorporate the needed findings related to the calculation of the CPI as part of the earlier discussion. And with that, approve the reconsideration of preliminary plan 4-03.
I wasn't.
Hold
And approve
on. Hold on one second. Let's just clear up the background. Okay, we're good to go. Continue, please.
Okay, and with that, approve the reconsideration of preliminary plan 4-03071, along with amended conditions 10 and 11, and also the deletion of condition 15.
And that, did I miss this? That includes amending findings 5, 7, and 8?
I was just about to say that, I'm sorry.
As amended by applicant exhibit number 1.
Okay, excellent. So we have motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington. The second was Commissioner Dorner, I believe.
Yes.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Before I call the roll, I just would join with Commissioner Washington's remarks. I appreciate folks in the public coming to speak. This is a much more narrowly defined case that's before us, but we certainly hear the concerns that you have in the community about the development. And in terms of the specific questions that you're looking to get answered, we'll make sure that staff continues to be available. I appreciate the kind words that you already have said about staff and their availability, and they will continue to be available for you. So with that, if there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thanks, everybody, for your work and your participation in this issue. Mr. Ballian, good to see you again. Thank you very much. So we have one more before us, which is item 9. Item 9 is going to, I imagine, take us a good chunk of time. I just want to check in with you commissioners around this. I'm thinking, let's see what we can do for about a half hour, and then we can take a lunch break at 12:30. Will that work for folks? And maybe we'll take about a half hour, 45-minute lunch break, see how we do. And then we'll pick it back up after that. Will that work for you all?
Works for me.
Fine.
Okay, so then let's go and see where the first half hour of this takes us. And then we'll make a decision from there. So what's before us is item 9. This is a detailed site plan DSP 21001 Suffrage Point. This was continued from January 5th, 2023 Planning Board meeting. The attorney for the applicant is Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kosak is going to give the staff report. Then we'll have a number of speakers in support and in opposition. We'll run through that hearing process like we normally do. And let me turn it over to Ms. Kosak for the staff report. Take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Thanks for checking.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jill Kozak from the Urban Design section. The item before you is number 9, DSP 21001 for Suffrage Point. The DSP proposes to develop 41 single-family attached dwelling units on the lower parcel of the project formerly known as Magruder Point. Staff is recommending approval with conditions for DSP 21001 for Suffrage Point. The applicant has submitted revised conditions into the record, and staff is in agreement with those. However, the applicant will be requesting further revisions relative to the deletion of condition 1H and applicant's proposed condition 3, and which staff is in agreement with those. But again, the applicant will speak further to that. With that, next slide, please. The site is located in Planning Area 68 and Council District 2 and is within the municipal limits of the city of Hyattsville. Next slide, please. The subject DSP is for what is known as the lower parcel of the Suffrage Point property, which is located between 40th Place and Driscoll Park. I would like to point out that there are outdated references in the staff report to Magruder Park. Those will be updated to the current name, which is Driscoll Park, in the final drafting of the resolution. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The subject property and much of the existing neighborhood to the north and east is in the current RSF 65 zone. The park property to the west and south is in the AG and ROS zones. The property was previously in the R55 zone as rezoned via the approved CSP 18002. As permitted by section 27-1704B of the zoning ordinance, projects such as this DSP with prior approvals are allowed to continue to be reviewed under the prior zoning ordinance for the development of the property. Next slide, please. The subject property is currently not in any overlay zones. However, under the prior zoning ordinance, which this DSP is being reviewed under, the property is within the traditional residential neighborhood character area of the Gateway Arts District Sector Plan and SMA Development District Overlay Zone, as shown on the right. Next slide, please. The aerial shows. Oh, the aerial shows the site is.
Hold on 1 second, because I've got some background noise. Okay, please continue.
The aerial shows the site is vacant and has been cleared and graded pursuant to the approved detailed site plan 18005, which included infrastructure development of this subject lower parcel in relation to the development of the upper parcel. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. Okay. The site has little slope and was largely within the existing floodplain. However, a floodplain fill waiver was approved in 2018 by DPI for fill and compensatory storage in the floodplain on site and to reduce the area of the floodplain on site. The proposed floodplain line shown on the detailed site plan matches the DPI approved floodplain delineation plan. All impacts to the regulated environmental features on the property were approved with preliminary plan of subdivision 4-21052. The entire Suffrage Point property is exempt from the Woodland Conservation Ordinance, as it had less than 10,000 square feet of woodland on site and had no previously approved tree conservation plans prior to the CSP. Therefore, there were no requirements on the property relative to preservation or replacement of specimen trees. Next slide, please. This map shows the adjacent master plan rights of way, which includes Hamilton Street to the west of the property, which is a collector roadway. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, are we able to move to the next slide? Okay, thank you. This enlarged aerial again shows the infrastructure development that has already been occurring on the property pursuant to the approved DSP 18005. This slide is the subject site plan, which proposes development of this lower parcel with 41 single-family attached dwelling units. The layout and development amount is consistent with the recently approved preliminary plan of subdivision 4-21052 and CSP 18002. The proposed 41 single-family attached dwelling units are located in 2 rows, one fronting the public roads to the east and one fronting the parkland to the west, with an intervening parcel for compensatory floodplain storage. A 22-foot wide public alley, which provides access to all of the garages, runs between the townhouse rows and has an access point at either end, one off Gallatin Street and the other off 40th Place. All of these townhouse units will have first floor 2-car interior garages. Parcels C, located in the upper left-hand corner, and D, located in the middle left side of this image, are proposed to be dedicated to the City of Hyattsville as they requested and required by the preliminary plan of subdivision to accommodate the existing and future improvements to Driscoll Park. Parcel B2 in the lower left corner of the property will be used mainly for compensatory floodplain storage and will be owned by the HOA. The city had requested a public use easement over this parcel, and the applicant is amenable to providing it. However, because the easement is not required by any subdivision or zoning ordinance regulations, it should not be conditioned by the DSP, but rather will remain as a finding only. This is relative to applicant's proposed deletion of conditions 1H and new condition 3. Next slide, please. The submitted landscape plan demonstrates conformance to all applicable DDO standards relative to landscaping, as was required with the approval of CSP 18002. And it conforms to the tree canopy coverage ordinance with 15% tree canopy in proposed plantings shown on site. Overall, the DSP conforms to the 60 applicable DDO standards, except for 5, for which the applicant has requested amendments and staff recommends approval as outlined in the staff report. These DDO amendments are similar to those approved with DSP 18005 for the upper parcel relative to townhouse lot size, front yard impervious area, and driveway width. Next slide, please. This is a submitted view shed exhibit that shows the relationship of the proposed townhouses on the right with Driscoll Park on the left and the compensatory floodplain storage on parcel B2 in between. The grade change and proposed landscaping will help to screen the townhouses from the park. Next slide, please. This image shows an illustrative rendering of the development from the park property, showing the change in elevation and the proposed architecture that would be visible. Next slide, please. The DSP includes two proposed architectural models, the Isabella on the left and Chelsea on the right, which are identical to what was approved with DSP 18005 for the upper parcel of Suffrage Point. The two townhouse models have a base finished square footage of 1,599 and 1,799 square feet. And they both have an interior rear-loaded two-car garage. The total finished gross floor area with all options can be up to 2,280 square feet. The models are designed with pitched or flat roofs and with single or double porches with railings along the front. Next slide, please. The following slides provide various elevations showing the potential townhouse groups. And again, these are similar to what was shown and approved with DSP 18005. Next slide, please. Again, these are potential townhouse groupings and front and rear elevations. Next slide, please. Again, these are black and white elevations of the potential townhouse groups. Next slide, please. These are the elevations for the Isabella model, which will be used for end units within the community. Staff report includes a condition requiring additional front architectural elevations for a total of 5 that would have to show compatibility with the neighborhood and allow for additional variety and integration amongst the 41 dwelling units. Additionally, as conditioned, highly visible end units will require a minimum of the water table or first floor finished with brick or other masonry, and with a minimum of 3 architectural features, again, similar to what was approved with DSP 18005. Next slide, please. These elevations are for the Chelsea model, which is to be used on interior lots. The rear composite elevation on the bottom shows the optional rear personnel doors adjacent to the garage doors. These will be mandatory for lots 26, 27, 32, 33, and 34 as conditioned in the staff report in order to allow for sufficient fire access to these units from the alley, which will serve as a fire access road in the community. On other lots, it will remain as an option. Next slide, please. As conditioned with this application and the preliminary plan of subdivision, interpretive signage is to be provided on the property to commemorate the site of the WSSC headquarters and the site of the 1913 suffragist rally. The applicant submitted this exhibit as what is intended. However, staff will continue to work with the applicant and historic preservation staff to determine the final location and wording prior to certification of the DSP and work with the city as well. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide, please. With that, the urban design section recommends the planning board adopt the findings of staff and approve DSP 21001 for Suffrage Point, including the 5 amendments to DDO standards, subject to the one condition, which has multiple subparts found on pages 22 through 23 of the staff report. Multiple conditions as recommended by the City of Hyattsville and agreed to by the applicant have been included relative to lighting and landscaping. Again, the applicant has submitted revised conditions into the record, but will be further modifying that request to include the deletion of condition 1H and deletion of applicant's proposed condition 3, and staff is in agreement with these changes. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Kosak. Commissioners, questions for staff?
I don't have a question, but I got distracted and I would like to go back to slide 13. I think she referenced the park and trying to figure out where that park is. Okay. Oh, it's not 13, it's 9.
Yes, Driscoll Park is seen in the left side of this image. You can see existing facilities. Applicants' proposed parcels C and D will be dedicated to the city to include some of the existing park facilities that overlap onto this property.
And Ms. Kosak, look at the park right below the number 2. Isn't that where it's located on the slide? That's where the park is.
Correct.
Yeah.
Those are park facilities right there under the number 2. Yes.
Right.
And the townhouses are
going to be in the right where out parcel 1 is written.
Okay.
There will be a row of townhouses underneath that.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Vice Chair Bailey. Other questions for staff?
I have a couple questions.
I see you raising your hand, but now is not the time for you to speak. So right now the commissioners are here to have questions for Ms. Kosak.
Mr. Chair, I don't mind going after the commissioners, but under your rules, any person of record has the right to cross-examine or ask questions of a previous witness. And that's what I would like to do.
So you want to be able to cross staff?
Is staff a witness or not? Can I ask clarifying questions or not?
Yeah, hold the thought 1 second. Let me see if there's questions for staff and commissioners, and then we'll hear from our counsel, Mr. Warner, for his view on this as well. Thank you, Mr. Smith. So other questions for staff, commissioners?
Yeah, I have a couple that I can shoot off. Ask one because I think Commissioner Geraldo is going to ask it if I don't.
Park.
Let me go ahead and ask Ms. Kosak if you could just describe why the 3-foot sidewalks were adequate in the staff report as opposed to like 5-foot or 6-foot sidewalks. If there's anything like kind of in that area that has a 3-foot, so that would kind of show consistency. And I have a couple other questions. I'll start there.
Yes, the 3-foot width was referring to the lead walk on the individual townhouse lots that connects from the public sidewalk and the sidewalks that run throughout the community to the front door of the houses. So it's not a sidewalk that's used for, public access or traversing of the property or along the frontage. It's the lead walk that's on the individual townhouse lot. And that is typical for townhouses in urban area. For the lead walk, again, the pavement that connects your front door to the public sidewalk to be 3 foot wide. That's a typical lead walk width.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that. I think that's what I got in front of my house. So yeah, fine with that. I didn't read that correctly then probably. In terms of the security options that we've got on page 6 in the staff report, and lighting, I wanted to find out, and you may not know this, I might have to go to Mr. Rivera, but I wanted to find out if the garage lights are going to have motion activation, or at least a rough end to do that. So you could also potentially have like an outdoor camera, because there's a number of devices on the market now that have outdoor floodlights that can activate cameras. We've been having issues in our townhome development community in Hyattsville with package theft and people going through garages and grabbing stuff in there. And they're explicitly or intentionally not using the lead sidewalks, those 30-foot sidewalks. They're going in the alleyways. So because we have lots of front door security alarms and cameras, and then they realize that they're not getting seen if they go through the alleyway. So I just wanted to find out what kind of lighting is going to be in the alleyway areas on the garages.
Yes,
And if you don't have the question answered to the staff, we can certainly hear from the applicant on this matter as well. But Ms. Kosak?
Yes, I would have to defer to the applicant as far as the lights that are mounted on the houses. However, I can state that the alleyway is a public alleyway and will be lit to public roadway standards. There was a photometric plan that was submitted. So there are public lights that will light the alley itself. But as far as the garage mounted lights, I'd have to defer to the applicant.
Okay, so yeah, I'll wait for Mr. Rivera to cover that then, and also whether or not they have like rough ends or something to install cameras if owners wanted to do that. Can we flip the slides? So it looks like it's on 19 right now. Can we flip them to 12? There's one thing that you mentioned on the grade change, and I wanted to find out, because I can't see that quite well on my screen. What is the difference in the grade between like the lower level area where we would have the park and kind of the water catchment versus the homes? Like what's the building kind of elevation there at base? And then is that going to be changed then? Because I think, I'm just trying to like visually recall, I think it's around the same elevation right now. So I don't know if they're actually increasing the base elevation right there and adding more grade or not. Do you know?
Yes, as part of the grading of the property, the area where the houses will be located will be elevated above what was existing on the property. That was relevant to the floodplain fill waiver that was granted to allow fill in that area to elevate those houses. I probably would have to turn to the applicant for specifics, but I believe the difference between the grades on parcels B2 and the finished floor elevation of the houses will be approximately 20 feet. So there will be quite a bit of difference. That in front of the houses, it'll be more about 15 feet of difference. But once you actually get into the houses, the finished floor will be about 20 feet higher than the grade and the compensatory storage parcel B2. But again, the applicant can confirm that.
Okay, yeah, I can wait for the applicant to mention that then. In terms of the regulated environmental features that are in that area, what can you go over what they are? I know I can flip through the staff report and probably find them, but I'm interested in just kind of hearing what they are.
Yes, the environmental section may be able to point to that more quickly than me. I believe most of it was relevant to the 100-year floodplain on the property. I'm not sure if an environmental staff was present.
Environmental. Is there somebody for environmental?
Yes, hi, this is Mark Juba for the record. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Basically, the site is primarily within primary management area that's associated with the floodplain that's on site. And there is a small stream that's located to the southwest that goes off site. It's also associated with some wetlands and wetland buffer. And that was what was on site prior to the grading for the compensatory storage that's there now.
Okay, and so to what extent do we, so like one of the conditions that we have to define for the DSP is that these regulated environmental features have been preserved and or restored to in a natural state to the fullest extent possible. To what extent do we think that's actually going to happen? And then my other question is just more like kind of procedural of how it happens. Because there's a lot of flooding down there now, and I realize it's a flood zone, it's a floodplain right down there. But there's also been a lot of runoff from the surrounding areas, and I think we'll probably hear from that in some of the opponents' testimonies. To what extent do we take that into consideration? Because I'm not really sure if it's being preserved during the process of actually developing, and if it's not, like, what kind of remedies are there for us?
So with regards to the regulated environmental features on site, I know at time of the PPS, the board looked at the proposed impacts in the exhibits that were presented by the applicant, and they were approved. Most of the area that was approved was already impacted on site from the previous parking lot that was there. Impacts off-site obviously don't fall in the purview of the board, and I think the only off-site impact that the applicant was proposing was to do a connection for the outfall going off-site for the compensatory storage. I know that from a standpoint of floodplain storage on site, I know graphically looking at it, it covers a larger area than what is proposed once a compensatory storage facility was being put in there. But according to DPI with this exhibit here, they're actually increasing the capacity for floodplain storage that's on site. So from that standpoint, there actually is going to be less likelihood of flood stormwater running off site with the compensatory storage than without it being on site. But in terms of the site with this design, other than adding additional vegetation surrounding the stormwater management facility, which really is in DPI's purview, I don't think there's much else that can be added to this site in terms of additional mitigation for the impacts of the floodplain. And again, DPI regulates the floodplain itself and also controls whether or not they issue the waiver for the site, not park and planning.
Okay, so let me ask it a little bit differently, and I'll give you kind of some context. Like I like to go walking around. There's a nice kind of like boggy, marshy area in the park that's nearby that floods when there's a lot of rains. And there's some kind of low level walking like planks and stuff that you can go through in there. That's all downstream from this. And I am concerned that even if it's off site, it's not necessarily my concern of what's going to be there later, because I think that's better than what they have right now. It's a parking lot, and it's all impervious surface right there, and it's just a lot of runoff, and it's not controlled at all. And what's going to be put in, it will be much better than what's existing there now in terms of being able to hold and clean the water and not have any issues. But in the process of how we get from where we are now, or where we used to be before this, when it was a parking lot, wasn't raised or anything, and we get to the point of the compensatory stormwater being there, if this is approved, what do we do? So how do we stop? What is the planning board's ability, or what would happen with DPI or others if they don't do a good job and it does start polluting the streams and stuff, and the area that I like to go and walk in the park is completely ruined because it's pretty sensitive over there. And I want to make sure that the process of kind of going from this DSP to the final construction, we don't have a lot of runoff and the treatment is being done properly, because I'm not convinced that it necessarily has been on the upper parcel. And that's a really big concern to me, because if it hasn't happened in the upper parcel, how do we know it'll happen in the bottom parcel?
I think the interim processes of sediment control would best be answered by the applicant in DPI, and also for how the sediment control would be monitored post-construction.
Okay. All right, that's fine then. I can go ahead and I'll wait for the applicant to kind of talk about those things later on then.
Thank you, Commissioner. So after we hear from other commissioners, there's other questions, then Mr. Smith, you and other parties will have the opportunity to cross-examine staff as well as the applicant will as well. But let's continue on to see if there are questions from, and I'll ask Mr. Warner to weigh in on that as well. But other questions for staff at this point?
I just have a follow-up to Commissioner Dorner's questions, because he was correct. It was the concerns that I had, especially when any potential violations of the Clean Water Act. So I see that the waiver for the 100-year floodplain was entered in 2018. And so as an environmental, for the environmental office, what is the likelihood that could have worsened since 2018, given the climate change?
I think that would be a question more for DPI about how they came to issue the waiver and how they will go forward prior to permit to re-verify the waiver for stormwater management on the site.
So is that something that will happen? They will verify, because it's more than 4 years old, and that's a concern that I had. So would that be part of the process that DPI would in fact re-verify it?
Yeah, with regards to the stormwater management plan, as well as the waiver that's being issued for the site, DPI requires the applicant actually to do a final stormwater management plan. And at that time, they would cross-reference to verify if the waiver is still valid, I would think. But they're required to have both a final plan and a valid waiver at time of final permit for grading permit.
So I guess then my question then is, what would they do? What would DPI do to determine whether or not that waiver was still valid 4 years later? I mean, do you know if they do any testing? Do they do any analysis? Do they look at the data?
Given that I'm not part of DPI, I can't really answer exactly what process they go through, but I do know that they do have reviewers that do look at the final design plans prior to permit to verify that everything should be in line with state and county regulations. But if you have any further questions, I would recommend directing them to the Site Road Division at DPI, and they'd be able to answer more regarding their process.
Okay, thank you.
Let me actually ask one more question. This is actually probably for Ms. Kozak, related to what Commissioner Droller was kind of going on. So I realize that these homes, particularly on this slide that's still up, are going to be raised up and out of the floodplain later. But do we have any kind of conditions from or any sort of an acknowledgement by the applicant that future homeowners are going to know that they used to be in a floodplain? So being in a floodplain is certainly unsafe. It's not a good place to be. And we're just sort of trusting that all these mitigations are going to be done properly. But is the property owner going to actually tell people who are going to come and buy these homes later on that, hey, you used to be in a floodplain before, we got a waiver from DPI, so we didn't actually go through some of the normal procedures, and we think we fixed everything fine, and we've covered everything, but it did used to be a floodplain.
Kozak, do you know what the requirement notifications are?
I don't know from a permitting perspective what the requirement notifications are.
I do.
Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Warner.
Right. The the 2018 David Warner Principal Counsel, the 2018 floodplain waiver letter cited in the staff report lays out the notification requirements. They're also in the county code 32-206H, I believe. But as a condition of getting that waiver, it's required that the owners be notified of the existence of it, that their insurance premiums may go up, of any flood hazards that they may face, and any, importantly enough, for your question, any responsibilities of the owner to maintain floodproofing, stream modification, or have any involvement that's part of the covenants associated with that waiver. So yes, there is notification, and I believe that is required to be in the deed, but the owner, the applicant can confirm that, but it is a requirement of the county code.
Thank you for that.
It's a condition of the waiver. Yeah.
So I think my question might be a little bit different, just slightly nuanced from that. So if you build above grade and they're out of the floodplain then, because they've changed it, you don't always have to get like NFIP coverage and other flood insurance to the same degree. So then even if they got the initial waiver that had been done when it was in the floodplain, if they do mitigation so they're no longer in it or it's no longer considered to be a floodplain, do they still have to notify the owners that it used to be prior to this recent mitigation, it used to be in the floodplain? Because that's really the concern that I have is, say they come in and they build all these homes and then they flood like crazy because things didn't work like they had. I'd be really mad if I was buying $1 million house. I came into the county and I'm in a flood zone and my house is flooding. And I'd want to be able to have a putback so that way the developer would have to buy back the house if I hadn't even been told about that. And that's really my concern. Concern is that like I don't want to have what looks to be really high quality development and really nice homes attracting people here, and then they flood, and then if they didn't get any sort of a notification of it or they weren't aware that it used to be literally in a flood zone. And in one of the more precarious places to be located. So do we know if they do all these mitigations, if the applicant is still going to have to notify, or is that kind of waived from the waiver?
I'll try and answer that to some degree, because I as well don't advise the county on that issue. But it would seem curious to me that a home built on high ground and outside of the floodplain designated by the county would have any flooding, because that's the whole point of the structure not being built in the floodplain. So it shouldn't flood, right? But I don't know that you would have to go back and say, well, you know, this used to be in a floodplain. It's not anymore, but we're going to let you know. I'm not sure that would sound like a reasonable requirement. But again, probably have to require an expert from the county to give us more information on that. But the one thing I'll just add as well is that with regard to the floodplain waiver, DPI could not have issued it in 2018 unless they were able to make findings that there were no additional threats to public safety, that there would be no increase in flood elevations or discharges, and they had to find that there would be no other adverse impacts on private or public property upstream or downstream. So they couldn't even got this waiver without DPI making that finding. Now, as Commissioner Giraldo points out, stuff's happened since that time, but before you today is a valid waiver that the applicant can rely on. So,
yeah, and I'm not disputing that it's a valid waiver, and I wouldn't argue on the point that, yeah, if you're outside a floodplain and you have a high enough building elevation, that would be kind of unreasonable to ask to have some sort of a disclosure that really doesn't have any impact. However, but for them having been in a floodplain and assuming that they actually do the proper techniques and there's no soil kind of issues, and we know that there's some Christiana complex soil in this area, and there wasn't a study done on it, on exactly where it is. Like, let's just hypothetically think like maybe they put some of these homes on top of that. it sinks in, and these homes now are all of a sudden a little bit below it, and maybe some of their mitigations didn't work. If these homes had already been on higher area that wasn't reclaimed from a flood zone, I think I would agree with you. But given that it's being reclaimed land or built upon the flood zone, I don't know. It strikes me as a bit precarious, and it's a risk that the developer takes, and the developer may do a fantastic job at this, and if it's approved and it goes all the way through, and may be perfectly fine and do an awesome job at building new area. But I still think that there might be reason to actually have some sort of a notification to these people, and it doesn't sound like we know whether there has to be notification or not.
Let me jump in, Commissioner Order, because I'm not disagreeing with you at all, and I share the concerns for the future homeowners of the neighborhood, all the things that you're talking about. And it really is a permitting and enforcement issue that's a DPI issue and not ours. So, I mean, we can take this forum, we can take this opportunity to just share our concerns around it loud and clear. But I just want to be clear to the public and to us that we don't control DPI, and that's their process.
No, that's totally true, and they're the ones who did the waiver. But in the county code, it says in the county code after like one of the sections that we have in this case, which is 24-130B5, after that in the county code in 24-131-4, as I was kind of reading through and trying to strengthen my understanding of some of the environmental features, it says on unsafe land, the planning board may require that the owner of the property on which unsafe conditions have been found to exist shall notify any potential purchaser of such conditions. I think that should be a condition.
The assumption is if they do what they need to do and if DPI permits that and the enforcement is done adequately, then it's not unsafe land.
We don't know that. They waived it.
Well, but that's not for us to determine. DPI has taken a position on this. That's what we're working with. So what I'm hearing you say,
we haven't had. I mean, this is all magical. We don't know that this land is safe necessarily yet. As of now, it's still a floodplain. And
Commissioner Dorner, we're not. None of us here are engineers. Not to interrupt you, and the planning department isn't staffed with geological engineers. That's why the code requires us to refer this kind of thing to the engineers at the county. And they have told you in a valid permit that there are no additional threats to public safety in the permit. They had to make that finding. So that's what you can go. You don't have any other evidence other than, you can certainly have your personal opinion, but we really have to rely on the evidence that we have before us.
Right. We can have our concerns, but it is not. Once DPI has issued this permit, it's not an issue before us anymore.
Mr. Chairman, and this is my understanding, and I state it perhaps for clarification, but isn't there also a role for FEMA relative to the finalization of the compensatory storage issue? And I don't know if that's a certification role or validation role, but it's even, I think it's FEMA and DPI. I mean, it's still not us, but if there's just added assurance, knowing that there's also a federal component or federal agency involved in verifying and validating this as well. That's it I just wanted to offer that.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Ward, you may want to weigh in on, or staff may want to with this too, but I think the piece here that's complicates it is that based upon the assumed mitigation, this won't be in the floodplain. And so then it changes the criteria for which we and even FEMA and others evaluate this. Now again,
the structures won't be in the floodplain, exactly. Right.
Say again?
Not allowed to. The structures are not allowed to be in the floodplain, exactly.
Right.
I also wanted to say to Mr. Dolmer that with regards to the Christina Clays, at time of building permit for structural review, once they're looking at the final architecture DPI, they have got to look at the soils at that time too to make sure there's not going to be a safety issue. So, and if they require, a lot of times DPI will require geotechnical reports if they think that there's going to be an issue related to slope stability failure with regards to how the buildings are being placed on top of the proposed slope. So one would presume that at time of building permit, they would be looking at that because they're supposed to. The other thing too is I know for our geotechnical expert from our section, since the site was previously graded out and had the parking lot placed on it, presumably a lot of those soils would have already been excavated and removed off site. And if there is a concern, as I said, it should be addressed by DPI at time of structural review.
And thank you, Mr. Gibb, I appreciate it. I just want us, I want us commissioners to be mindful that I don't want to go too far down this road, because this is not what is before us. I know we're going to hear a lot of this from folks in the community. There's no doubt about it. Lots of concerns. I think we, as residents, we can share this concern, but it's not what's before us with this DSP, because this is an enforcement permitting issue related to DPI, not the planning board.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about enforcement of or permitting or challenging DPI per se. What I'm looking at is stuff that's before us in terms of the environmental nature of this and having context sensitive development. And since this was in a floodplain before, and I wouldn't ask for this if this was next to a floodplain or somewhere else, but since we're reclaiming a floodplain and we're building it up, it should work. But I think we should probably require the applicant or the developer to notify the potential purchasers that this used to be a floodplain before. And on subsequent changes in the transactions, on subsequent sales, it doesn't necessarily have to be there, but I think the initial purchasers need to know about that. Because we're just guessing about FEMA at this
point. Hold that thought for a sec, Commissioner. Mr. Warner, could we, if it comes to this and we're in a position to approve this, can we condition the approval with that kind of?
Section 24-131-4 of the county code.
That's the subdivision regulations. And I'll note that you already approved the subdivision. And when you approved the subdivision, you determined that the soils pose no problem to the development. You already examined that and approved the soils. So that issue's been raised and dealt with, and you approved it. But no, I don't agree that a notification requirement. You could certainly ask the applicant to proffer it, but it's not something you could add as a condition.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sorry. Just wanted to finish my sentence.
Thank you. I know, but I didn't want you to finish your sentence.
Okay.
So the Commissioner Dorner is asking a different question, which I want to know what the answer is to this question, which is, can we, setting aside what we've already approved, can we condition this DSP that's before us, saying that we want them to do an additional level of notification based upon our, dare I say, whim, that we have these concerns because it was in a floodplain? Can we condition a notification on this? Do we have that authority?
That's what I was saying. I don't see what authority you'd rely on to do that. No.
Okay.
But you could certainly ask the applicant to proffer that. But I don't see how it's related to the design of this project.
Okay, thank you for that. So we if the applicant agrees, or essentially it becomes a proffer, then we could do it, but we don't have the authority to do it without their consent. That's
So with the evidence we have, and not with the evidence we have in our record that it's safe.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dorner, anything further on that?
Yeah, I would just disagree with our legal counsel that I don't think he's the one who's making the determination that it's necessarily safe. So if we think that there's an issue with it, like one of the things we have to do is we have to find that the regulated environmental features have been preserved and or restored to the natural state to the fullest extent possible. And if we're not sure, it may not say that I'm not saying that like it's not going to happen and that they're not going to do necessarily a good job and it's going to be an absolute disaster. I'm just saying that we're not sure at this point. And that seems like a reasonable ask to put in this place as we're having development. Because if this goes sour and it's not good, it's going to go really, really bad. And it strikes me as, at least for due diligence and on our part, if we're allowing people to reclaim floodplains and build on top of it, then we should at least have that kind of a condition in there as sort of a safety measure and practice.
Okay, all right, we'll see what the applicant has to say about it, because you using the word ask for me suggests that this is a request of the applicant or something the applicant may proffer, and then it's moot, because then they're going to do it anyhow. But what I'm hearing from our counsel is that we can't require it. So let's hold the thought. I'm sure this will come back around. Other questions, commissioners, other questions for staff, and then let's talk about schedule for today. No other questions for staff. So it's 12:45. I want to take a lunch break. So I think it makes more sense to take the lunch break now. When we come back from lunch, then we'll have the ability from any parties of record, anyone who's standing, to cross staff. That's both for the folks in opposition as well as the applicant. Anyone who's standing can cross. So we'll go through the cross process and I'll explain that. And then we'll hear from the applicants. We'll have that same opportunity. And then we'll hear from other folks who've signed up to speak, okay? So it's 12:45. Why don't we take a break until 1:30? Is that okay, commissioners?
Fine.
And we'll pick this back up at 1:30. See everybody in 45 minutes. We are in recess.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. We can start up in just about a minute.
Okay, thanks.
How were those ribs, Will?
Manny, you
What was that?
We're not in session. It's not recorded, so I just want to get the 411.
Sadly, I think it is recording.
Oh, it is? Okay. We're about to-
I was just missing some good sweet tea with them, Manny. I didn't have that, but I got this.
Okay. Mr. Flanagan? Yes. We're recording. We're ready to go? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back from recess. We are on item 9 of our agenda, the final item of our agenda. This is detailed site plan DSP 21001 Seffords Point. This was continued from January 5th, 2023. Planning board meeting. We have heard from staff, and we are at the point where we are inviting folks to take the opportunity to cross-examine staff. Mr. Smith, before you go, are there any other folks in opposition that you're aware of, or there are other folks who want to speak who also want to cross-examine staff? And just to be clear, cross-examination is not testimony, right? It's not. Cross-examination is the opportunity to ask for clarifications or questions from staff and not to be obviously not to be hostile, but not to be argumentative or conclusory in your statements. This really is an opportunity just to ask questions based upon what staff has presented in their testimony. So given that, who else? Ms. Wolf, are you looking across as well?
No, I just want to share a very small amount of my own information.
So you'll absolutely have the opportunity to do that, but that'll come later than cross. Mr. Smith, anyone else who wants to cross? Okay. All right, so Mr. Smith, you can take it away. I think you know the drill. I will step in if you are providing testimony or if it feels too argumentative or conclusory, but feel free, the floor is yours, and you can cross-examine Ms. Kozak and Mr. Juba with the staff members who presented.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions. I'll try to present them non-argumentatively. This is for Ms. Kozak. Because one of the issues that can be at play here is the effect of a project on view sheds and on the public's ability to see certain features in the community. This question is for Ms. Kozak. Based on the slides you presented, it appears that the base of the townhouses closest to the parks could be 10 to 12 feet above the grade of Werline stormwater basin. So my questions are, how high would the roof lines be above the current and proposed grades? And has planning analyzed what impact that and the development on the upper parcel would have on other neighbors' views of the park and the forested stream valleys and the Northwest Branch Stream Valley Park? Preservation of those view sheds is one of the issues here.
And before Ms. Kozak, before you do that, Mr. Warner, are you on the line?
I am, sorry. Can't see me.
Thank you. So question for you. So I didn't hear Ms. Kozak say anything about view sheds at all. She did talk about elevations, and there's questions around elevations in the staff report. So help me to determine, Mr. Smith was going to have the opportunity to talk about this when he has the opportunity to talk, but in terms of cross-examination, I'm wondering whether this is appropriate for cross.
Well, the staff report does contain a discussion on architecture and discusses height, I believe. So it sounds to me like something that if Ms. Kozak has, knowledge of it, she probably can answer it. And she may not have talked about it, but I think she's able to talk about the things in the staff report, which, she authored. I just would remind the questioner to one question at a time as well. No compound questions. Those become hard to follow. Which one is she answering? So
thank you.
I will try to do that, but I do want to go back. Let me just frame the question very simply. Has planning conducted and provided analysis of the project's impact on the views of other folks who already live in the community, their views of these public natural resources? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kozak?
The short answer is no. I'm not aware of any requirements relative to the neighborhood's views of the park or relative to that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kozak. Next question, Mr. Smith, under cross.
Sure. Ms. Kozak, in your testimony, you stated quite correctly that B2 would be largely used by Wehrlein for its stormwater management and flood mitigation projects or infrastructure, and that's an issue we've raised from the beginning. But one of the rationales for approving this project was to meet a sector plan goal of expanding open space. So how do these two facts square? You've acknowledged now that Wehrlein plans to use the majority of that area for its own stormwater management. So how does that square with expanding public open space, which was one of the rationales for approving this project all along?
Well,
I'm not, I mean, well, go ahead, Ms. Kozak, see if you feel appropriate to answer.
I was just going to state it's my understanding that the compensatory storage parcel will not be a permanently wet feature, that it'll be an intermittent wet area, and it will the rest of the time be an open green space, as you stated. But the applicant could probably confirm relative to that storage facility.
Okay, my next question is, Ms. Kozak, you stated in your presentation that the lower parcel has been developed in accordance with the floodplain waiver letter. I think that's what you said. And in the TSR planning claims that the project would comply with the stormwater management plan. Given Wehrlein's history of violations, and it goes back 3.5 years now, and this gets some of Commissioner Dorner's concerns, I think. What evidence is there in the record to support these assertions that Wehrlein has been complying with the waiver letter and the permits and the stormwater management plan and has been developing these parcels in accordance? Is there any specific evidence you can point to?
I'm going to stop right there because what I'm hearing in the question, maybe Mr. Smith, you want to reframe it, but what I'm hearing the question is, you're asking whether Ms. Kozak, how she handles the fact that you don't believe that Wehrlein is a good faith actor.
Well, I can do it more narrowly, but I think there is a context here, and I think that Commissioner Dorner has gotten to that context. There's a long history of violations on this site, including dumping sediment into our local streams. So
I need to stop you because
so stick specifically to exactly what Ms. Kozak said during her presentation. She claimed that the lower parcel was being developed in accordance with the floodplain waiver letter. Now, there are other authorities that come into play, but
this is testimony.
What evidence,
Mr. Smith, what's your question?
What can she point to? What evidence can she provide to support that assertion? Specific evidence in the record that we can look at and ask questions about.
Which assertion?
That Wehrlein has developed a lower parcel in accordance with the floodplain waiver letter and or the stormwater management plan.
And Mr. Rivera, you'll have an opportunity to cross as well. You'll also have an opportunity to testify and have rebuttal, but now's not the opportunity for you. Thank you.
I would just state our authority on that issue is the referral from DPI that was received that stated that this detailed site plan is in conformance with the site development concept plan. That will be, implemented through later permitting.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Commissioner Dorner got at this issue, asking whether or not climate change had been taken into account, I think. And it was asserted that we should be able to rely on DPI's work here on their approvals. So my question, is there any evidence in the record? Can they point to evidence in the record, Mr. Warner or Ms. Kozak, evidence in the record that Wehrlein's plans or DPI's approvals take into account the issues that Commissioner Dorner has raised about stormwater, flooding, protection of our natural resources, and climate change? Where can we see that climate change has been taken into account here?
So your question is related, if I'm understanding on cross, that Ms. Kozak testified and it's in the staff report that issues related to climate change were taken into account, and you're asking for the evidence for that?
My point is that we were being asked or told that we should rely on DPI's work on Worldline's plans and DPI's approvals. And Commissioner Dorner has raised this issue about climate change, and I think rightly so. And we're still told to rely on DPI's work and Worldline's plans.
But this is testimony. This is not cross-examination. So if you have a question for Ms. Kozak related to that, feel free. But it really literally needs to be a question to Ms. Kozak related to what she testified on.
Okay.
You're going to have plenty of opportunity to testify and to make all sorts of points that you want to make. This is not the forum for that. This moment is not the forum for that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kozak and Mr. Warner have suggested we should rely on the floodplain waiver letter. Are they aware of the fact that in that floodplain waiver letter, DPI gave an address that's a mile north of this property in University Park and in a different watershed?
Nope. This was the floodplain waiver that was provided as applicable to this property.
Okay, take a look at it. That's what it says. Are you aware of the fact that it gives a permit number for permit from 2014 for a property in Capitol Heights?
No. No, again, this is what was provided relative to this property.
Okay, it's a floodplain waiver letter relative to this property that gives the wrong address and the wrong permit number. That's the point. Third, are you aware of the fact that in that floodplain waiver letter, DPI stated explicitly that having the waiver did not relieve Worldline of obtaining all of the required state and federal permits to work in the floodplain?
Yes, I'm aware it says that.
Okay, to your knowledge, does Worldline have the required state federal permit to work in the floodplain?
I do not enforce permits or
I
require.
didn't ask you that question. I didn't ask you want us to rely on a floodplain waiver that sets out.
I am not aware because I do not enforce permits or review permits.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on, Mr. Smith.
Okay, so there's no evidence on the record. Okay, thank you. One of the rationales for approving at 9 units per acre was that it would increase, the density would be only slightly higher than the densities in nearby R55 communities. You presented a slide that shows the layout of Worldline's townhouses on the lower parcel. And now you say that the density would be 12.3 townhouses per acre. How does that affect this assertion that the actual density of the project would only be slightly higher than the density in the surrounding R55 properties?
The density issue was resolved with the latest approval of CSP 18002, and this site plan is in conformance with that.
Okay. It's resolved for now. It's subject to a court challenge right now. In orienting the council on July 12th.
Mr. Smith, just please be mindful. That's clearly not cross-examination.
Excuse me?
That's clearly not cross-examination. So I know it's in your head, but if you could keep it focused on cross, you're going to have plenty of opportunity to testify. You know you will. So this is a moment just to focus on cross-examination from what you heard in testimony.
Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I feel like I should just interrupt real quickly, Principal Counsel David Warner, because I have firsthand knowledge of one of the things that Mr. Smith asked about, which was the address used on the floodplain waiver letter, because I had the same question. I looked up that address. I'm like, where is that? But I read through the whole floodplain waiver letter, and clearly everything in it has to do with this site. But I think they used either 40th Avenue instead of 40th Street, or Gallatin Avenue instead of Gallatin Street. I think they missed their streets and avenues, but everything talks about the Northwest Branch, identifies the property. So there was nothing in the floodplain waiver to cause any question as to its applicability to this particular property.
So your interpretation of that is it was a technical error?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Smith, that goes to one of the questions that you have. If there's no further cross by Mr. Smith, Mr. Rivera, do you have any cross-examination of either of staff? That's what this is for.
For the record, Norman Rivera. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Okay, so there's no more cross-examination for staff. I'm going to turn it to the applicant. Mr. Rivera, you can take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and staff, guests. Let me start with my original presentation, and then we can go into some of the questions that were raised in the discussion so I can clarify some points without belaboring them. As Ms. Kosak said a few hours ago, staff and I have been working together carefully along with the city. As a result, technical staff report has been properly documented with proper findings of facts and conclusions and conditions that we all agreed to. We incorporated our negotiations with the city into your staff report, and the two conditions that she said that we would ask to be deleted are only related to us and the city with respect to parcel B in terms of whether or not it will be a public use easement. But if you want, Mr. Chair, I could just go through what those conditions were that we all agreed to, or just cut to the conditions that we seek to delete that were already agreed upon that Ms. Kosak referred to. And that was condition 1H.
Come on, I was on mute, Mr. Rivera. Why don't you, keep it brief, but why don't you go through all the conditions, but just keep it brief.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you. So condition first, 1F, I added some clarifying words in 1F. 1F states revise the site plan to provide a sidewalk connection to the abutting property, Driscoll Park, at parcel D from the site. And then I added the words as shown on the City of Hyattsville entitled City of Hyattsville Condition 1 Exhibit, general location pedestrian connection from site to abutting property, Driscoll Park, shown in purple. That's exactly what the city submitted to the record. So I'm just outlining and detailing exactly what that is, so we use the right exhibit. And that was a clarifying addition to 1F. 1G relates to the interpretive signage that was parcel C, and that is something we're working on with the city and your staff, historic preservation, to do the wording and the location of that work to be done. The preliminary plan, as approved by the planning board, gave the HPC review and comment, but not approval authority. So I just clarified that it wasn't approval. We deleted the word approval and then substituted review and comment, which is what the board already approved in 4-1052. So that was 1G that we, Jill and I have agreed to in the city. Condition 1H is the first of two that we wish to delete. It states revise the DSP to show a public use easement over parcel B2, the open space parcel located adjacent to Driscoll Park. And we're asking for that staff condition to be deleted. And I had proposed a new 3 that clarified some other aspects of what the public use easement would be. But in point of fact, the preliminary plan said in their conditions of approval, 4C and 7, that the DSP is a time for a determination to be made. But at this point in time, we've determined it's not appropriate to do the actual condition to show the easement, because we're not sure it is an easement yet, or the parameters of said easement. So we don't want to have park and planning involved in the middle of a negotiation, because this will be between the applicant and the city as to the extent of the public use easement that would be placed over parcel B2. The way the construction of the compensatory storage process will work is that the 2018 DPI approval, referred to many times today, had 14 conditions of approval, one of which requires us to get federal, state, and other local permitting later. And one of them is notice. So notice was covered by condition 11, floodplain waiver, which is already in the county code, 32-206H, which requires the owner to provide, execute covenants, to provide notice, potential for higher insurance premium rates, commensurate with any increased risk, with rates up to $25 per $100 in coverage, the flood hazard and any responsibilities of the owner to maintain flood proofing or stream modification facilities or systems. And these covenants are recorded. At the end of the day, once the work is done, this floodplain waiver is a permission to do the work later. And then once it is actually done, as was stated earlier, the area where the construction of the actual homes will not be in the floodplain. So as I think Commissioner Dorner said, we don't need to have notice for something that isn't going to be in effect at that time because they won't be in the floodplain. That would be if floodplain was left where there was some other construction. But regardless, we still have to do that notice. That would be in the records. And there's several other conditions, but the DSP relies upon a concept plan approval, which is dated March 22, 2022, which has one of its conditions that we have to get the floodplain waiver approval, but then we have to do the work subsequent to DSP approval, record plat. Then we file technical plans with DPI and MDE, who then review and approve it. Then we do the work. Then it gets certified, inspected, and the whole time that work will be bonded and permitted. So the practical issue is that we have to actually get all those approvals, do the work, get it bonded, permitted, do that. The feds in the state actually certify and DPI that we did it correctly because they then say, okay, exactly, this is what happened. This is the floodplain, and it's not related to the construction of the homes because there are several conditions of the waiver approval that say you cannot have a home in the floodplain and there's setback, et cetera, requirements. So the whole purpose of the regulatory agencies is to prevent any damage from flooding so that the floodplain rather, will be concentrated in a small area of this parcel, southwest side, so that it in effect controls all the floodplain storage that was used to be provided all over the whole parking lot because it was just a flat surface. The work will allow the floodplain to be reworked, if you will, to be located to that area of the site, thus keeping any homes or any other structural issues away from the floodplain. So after that is all said and done, and we're going to work with the city as we go through this and your staff, that will determine at the end of the day how much of that land is appropriate for a public use easement. That way the city knows what they're getting and we know what we're doing. And it's not a commission responsibility to enforce or deal with this. As you stated earlier, DPI and other agencies have that regulatory authority. So it wouldn't be appropriate for us to have conditions 1H and 3 when it's really under the purview of DPI and other agencies. So that is the genesis and the logic behind my request to delete 1H and 3. And with that, we do concur with all the other conditions that I briefly went through. So that is our position on the final staff report. And then I can be happy to dive into any other questions that the board may have. Sorry, to drink water. I did make some notes, and I don't want to repeat what was already said, but there are a number of factors that came up today that I think the chair brought up and Mr. Warner about, for example, I'll just start in the list that I wrote down.
Before you jump in real quick, just for my clarification on the condition 3 that you want to delete, can you just read that out just so I can make sure I'm like flipping back and forth in your applicant exhibit and then our staff report, just so I see which one you're talking about?
Sure. Our proposed new condition 3 was not anywhere in the staff's report. It was
Okay, that's one at the very bottom of your exhibit?
Yes, sir. So it's bolded, highlighted. That was going to say the applicant will dedicate parcel C and D to the city of Hyattsville for the purpose of maintaining access to existing park structure and to allow additional space for intersection improvements at Gallatin Street, entrance to Driscoll Park. So there's an area at the top left-hand corner of the site where the city contemplates in the future a possible circle or some type of other facility to facilitate actually better access to the park. So that's an element of the eventual MOU we work out with the city, and that the applicant will maintain ownership of parcel B2, but access to the parcel shall be granted to the general public. And that's where we have to do the actual work to figure out where that access should be. And it shall be used by the public, permitted at the city's discretion, so they're the ones that make that determination, under a separate MOU that will A, have indemnification and hold harmless the suffrage point HOA from liability, assign grounds and tree shrub maintenance responsibility to the city, because there was a request by the city to take control of this area for public use. And it was agreed to that, and since that's the case, it shouldn't be the HOA's responsibility to maintain that area, which could be extensively be used by people that are going to be other than residents of our community. So all that being said, that was very detailed, but it's really just between, the applicant and the city. And we just wanted to make it clear so that Park and Planning's jurisdiction on this, DSP is limited to the findings for that approval, but everything else goes beyond to either the city or the other permitting agencies.
So are you saying that you don't want to have that new condition 3 in there anymore, or you still want to keep it in?
You want to, I actually asked for it, and now I'm asking for it to not be in part of this approval. And Ms. Kozak and I agree that 1H and this our proposed 3 aren't appropriate to be in the board's determination today.
Are not appropriate.
Correct. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. That was helpful. That's where I was confused on. So thank you.
Yeah, it's hard to. There's a lot of moving parts here. So, and I was going to go back to some points that were discussed earlier. It would be probably better for me to try to clarify. As Mr. Warner stated, the soils and the regulated environmental features were dealt with and approved by the board and environmental planning section staff at the time of preliminary plan, which is what the jurisdiction of the board is at that time of the subdivision process. The whole site had 0 controls, which includes the former headquarters site up the hill, where the existing units are now being built, and the lower lot, which was the parking lot for the WCC headquarters. So it was built, say, in the 50s, 60s, and there is no stormwater management, sediment erosion control, or any type of environmental controls. It was just built, and the result was there was uncontrolled runoff, sediment, et cetera, that went south downstream through the streams to the bog. Our approvals, the floodplain waiver, the ultimate technical plans, all the grading and all that will make sure that this new site is a vast improvement by providing modern business practices for stormwater management, sediment erosion control, et cetera. So the site will be tremendously benefited, including the surrounding area, because our treatment facilities are going to be sized to take care of the water that flows down the hill from the rest of the city, which also is fairly older, did not have stormwater management. So we have to be downstream, and our facilities will take care of that water before it goes to the bog, to the stream. Our outfalls will have treatment facilities to stop silt, to take out any chemicals or other sediment, so that it's vastly improved over the existing prior situation. And again, DPI enforces all the construction activities. We did do rough grading on the lower lot. You can see there, because we needed an approval, move the former gravel, the former pavement that was there, which is C. And that was one of the elements of the 2018 floodplain waiver. DPI acknowledged that that had to be done because it's an infill redevelopment project that will improve that area by. And we raised the building, raised the parking lot. We have weekly inspection meetings with DE and DPI. It's a very visible site. Obviously, there are a lot of eyes on this place. So we work closely with the city and all the inspectors to make sure if they see something, we take care of it. So it's up to us to do that, and we work with the community regulatory agencies to do that. I think you very email put Mr. Warner the solution on notice, which is section 32-206H of the county code. So that's a DPI enforcement issue. And finally, the stormwater management approval also has 14 conditions. And a lot of these are things that are prospective in nature. Once we get past DSP plat, excuse me, we do construction, some of these other conditions do apply. So at this point in time, the board's jurisdiction stops at this point, and DPI would take over after plat. So those are my clarifications that I wrote down to the discussions this morning. And let me see if there's anything else missed. I think we talked the view sheds. There is no view shed criteria. We provided those view sheds exhibit to show the city and anybody who is interested what the relationship is between the units as it goes downhill, or that's where storage facility would be. So it's not a code requirement for view sheds. It was illustrative to show folks exactly what is going to be down there. It's density. We discussed density briefly. It's in accord with the DSP and the CSP. So the density was set with the CSP and the prior preliminary plan. I think that's all I had at this juncture, and I can try to answer any more specific questions. I know you had some last week, Mr. Dorner. I'll be happy to try to go through those as well.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'm sorry, keep going.
So one of the questions I wrote down, and Ms. Kosak helped me, was one, the floodplain waiver. I've already discussed that. What are the mechanics of it? What's the purpose of it? How does that work? And again, it's a prospective thing. DPI approves it, but we do the work. And there are other conditions and enforcement mechanisms to make sure that that occurs. Were there complaints with DPI filed during construction? We're not aware of any, and we work with DPI and MDE officials in weekly meetings or more. If there anything does come up, we take care of it. The next question was about the MOU, but once I delete condition 3, and if the board agrees, which is our proffered condition, then the MOU will be between us and the city. What Park and Planning's jurisdiction is to make sure that what is done there is in accord with the preliminary plan, which created parcel B2. We do intend, and condition 1E of the preliminary plan requires us to dedicate parcels C and D, which are small parcels on the borderline with the park that contain some city facilities. We're happy to deed that to the city at the appropriate time, which will be after we do all this work. Then we make sure it's all dedicated. The last thing I heard was trees, and we had about 15 total trees taken down on the entire site, which is the upper lot and lower lot, as we call it. And they're going to be replaced with more than 300 trees and more than 500 shrubs with our new submitted and approved, will be approved, hopefully, landscape plans. So to be highly vegetated and a very high quality look to the whole site. So that's what I had as to questions for Mr. Dorner. And that would conclude what I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? For Mr. Rivera, the applicant's attorney.
Just one, Mr. Rivera, appreciating your comments with regards to condition 1H, condition 1H and new condition 3. Would you be okay with that appropriately being included as one of the findings if council and staff agreed that that's an appropriate place to put it, just so that we don't lose context of it? Or okay.
Yes, Commissioner, that was also in the findings for the underlying preliminary plan, because City of Highfield referral, they expressed concerns, the staff and I addressed those. There already are findings in the preliminary plan, will then be augmented or supplemented by the findings for this DSP. But
that's great, yeah, because I think this provides just a bit more detail than the preliminary plan. We can incorporate. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, other commissioners' questions?
Yeah, I have a question to Mr. Rivera. So I was reading the code section, and for the basis of getting a waiver of 32-206H, and the requirement that the developer advise and notify. Right. So I would think that would be an appropriate condition of this development, that language would be incorporated into one of the conditions.
I would suggest, and I appreciate that if there is a condition, that the condition would be that the applicant abide by conditions of the actual DPI document, because they're the ones that will enforce it. But you can certainly make sure that as a condition of your approval, that we have to make that a condition to address all of these 14 conditions, including notice of the floodplain waiver.
Yep. Yes, I think that would be an appropriate condition. And, and the same token, it would provide the notice that Commissioner Dorner was concerned about.
I guess I have a clarifying question. So we're going to add a condition that says we're going to adhere to all the conditions? Did I hear that right? I'm sorry.
The only one that I was talking about, Commissioner Washington, was the required notification language that's set forth in the code.
I know, but so we're adding a condition that basically says you have to follow code and the law. I'm just wondering as a practical matter.
That they have to abide, a condition is that they abide by 32-206H.
But that's the law.
I understand that's the law, but it is the law.
I'm just wondering, I'm asking for clarification and for precedent. Okay, because arguably we could say in every case we hear that it's incumbent upon you to basically follow code and follow the law. We just assume that we're going to, because what's the recourse if they don't do it? We're not an enforcement agent.
Well, at that point, it's in the F. If there's some mess up on part of DPI, or they then see it in reviewing the development, they'll see the language in there. So let me give you an example. When I was on the Board of Airport Zoning Appeals, we would have cases where properties were within the flight zone. And we required, and it was even more stringent on that, we would require the developer to notify homeowners that your home will be within the flight zone. And it's a double level of protection. And now we would require that in the contract. All I'm saying here is, since they have to follow it, it should be a condition that follow it.
If I could,
I can, Mr. Giraldo, I share the concerns of Commissioner Washington, which is that if they don't do what you're suggesting they do, they are in violation, regardless of whether we say it or not.
I think that it should be a condition. That's what I'm saying. Since it's a requirement, and since there's been so much concern about flooding and building a home on a floodplain, I just think it's an appropriate condition.
Where our council landed on this was, if we suggest this, and if the applicant is willing to agree to it or proffer it, then problem solved. But it's complicated. It's not appropriate for us to mandate this, because it's not really our jurisdiction. Well, let me ask Mr. Rivera. You're here loud and clear the sentiments of the board. I don't disagree with my fellow commissioners here. I think that given what we're hearing in the community and given the reality of that land, that extra layer of notification, I imagine, can only be helpful. I don't know where you are with that, and if that's comfortable enough for your client.
We can have a condition that we will proffer that we will include this statement in our sales and contract document, which is very similar to what Commissioner Geraldo said about the airport. Like College Park has student housing, and there's notifications that, by the way, you're near an airport, or if you're in the flight path at, say, Andrews. Here, at the end of the day, the work, you won't be in the floodplain, but in those situations, you're still in the flight path no matter what. But in the interest of compromise and the spirit of this, we do want to make sure nobody is surprised. So we can add a page to our sales contract to say, you hereby are being notified that this area was the subject of a floodplain fill pursuant to permit X, Y, and Z in the 2018 letter. So, and they have to actually initial that along with the many pages of things you have to acknowledge when you buy a home. We'd be happy to do that.
But as a commissioners, as a proffer, that feels adequate to me.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant, commissioners?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions that Commissioner Geraldo's done.
Yep.
I'm finished. Thank you, Commissioner Dorner.
Okay, so going back, Mr. Rivera, going back to today, not last week when I raised other questions. Earlier today, I asked something about on the back side of the houses where you got garages in motion, where you have floodlights that are beyond the garages. Are you going to have those as motion detectors? Because one of the concerns that the city had raised before, and that has happened in these townhome areas, is just people walking through and stealing stuff and doing things like that. So what will you have on the back of those garages besides like any other public lighting that, and I'm not worried about the photometric aspect of it. I'm more interested in just like, how is it going to trigger and enhance kind of public safety?
Yes, that's a good question. We did discuss that as well. As these homes will have, one, they're going to have EV infrastructure in all the garages. So to make it more sustainable, one. And two, as to safety aspects, we're going to have standard feature, the Ring doorbell system, so that it does have a camera and lighting, so that the residents themselves are assured that they could do that. Because I think a motion light can just flash if somebody happened to see it, then they know somebody was there. But as I understand with the Ring, you can watch that remotely from wherever you are. So I think that's probably more effective and gets to the point.
Okay. Yeah. Ring, and there's a couple of companies that have outdoor floodlights that are triggered by motion that the video will come on. And I'm pretty sure, I know like Nest does, I think Ring does as well. And there's a few others. So I think that would be directly upon what I was interested in, as long as it's not just the doorbell on the front of the house, but also on like the back of the house. So you have the rough in for that. Because that's really where I'm more interested in. Like, I know people will do the front doors with this kind of like doorbells, but then it's really the back ones also where, at least in my neighborhood, we've had people going back into those alleys and doing nefarious things.
So if I can, I'm going to advocate for you, Mr. Dorner. I think, Mr. Rivera, it feels appropriate that if you, this is not a high ticket expense item and the technology is as clear as can be. If you just have motion detected floodlights in the backs of the Ring provides that product, whatever one you do, I think this issue is going to go away. I think Commissioner Dorner will be satisfied.
Yes, we can do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want a particular product. We will have.
No, don't. We're not advocating the product. I don't think, we don't get a piece of any of it. So whichever one you do is fine.
Yes. But we're happy to do that. We want to make this as safe as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Okay. Mr. Dorner, additional questions?
Yeah, so when I was looking at the floodplain waiver, I know that one of the requirements is that you have to be like 25 feet away from the actual floodplain or the boundary of it as part of the waiver. But what's not in there is the actual like base flood elevation or the bottom of the structures, like how high that is going to be in elevation. Like there's some mentions in the waiver about what they believe is the floodplain elevation, and then in the 100-year event is basically like a foot above that. do you know how high then? Because I know in the staff report, we have, it's going to be like 15 or 25 feet above where like the existing level is right now for the park. But that still could be like at 2 feet. And then even if you're 15 above, you're actually below the 100-year floodplain. So I wanted to find out like what is the elevation that you're going to be hitting at, and relative to the 100-year limit, which I'd have to go back and look, but I think it's around 23 feet, like where you're at.
Yes, we do have that answer too. So the bottom of the compensatory storage area is at elevation of 18. The slabs for the towns that adjoin the park are about 20. I have to walk over here real quick. 32. Delta between 18 and 32 is from the slab of the homes to 18 of the bottom of that compensatory storage area. And,
okay. And you're not gonna have
no home.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. And no home could actually be in the floodplain, but there is also a buffer requirement of 25 feet from that or more. And we have adequate buffers there as well. So in the illustrative that you saw, I think it was one of the last slides of the PowerPoint, you saw how we had these double high porches with the slope down to where the kids were enjoying the play area down there where the open space will be. So it's going to be an amenity once we finish with all that work. See, that actually is very illustrative of what the end result will be. So that difference between 30, 18 is in that grassy area. And any house would have to be 2 feet above any floodplain, but they're not going to be in the floodplain, but if they have to be 2 feet up over.
Okay, and then are you going to have any basements? Like looking at this diagram right here, are any of those homes going to have like levels that are below the base flood level that you just mentioned of the 32 feet? And if they are, what's the floor level going to be? Is that still going to be above the 18 feet or 23 feet, whatever it is in terms of the height of the flooding?
Yeah, it's a good question. There are no basements. These are all on slab. That whole row that you see in the illustrative is lots 21 through 41. I just lost that page. 24 to 41. Basically, that whole row will have no basements. They're on slab, and the units go 2 stories up.
Okay.
From the slab. And they're downhill from the units behind the alley, which are even further uphill.
Yeah. Okay. Something else that's in the backup, the 85 documents we got or something. There's some pictures in there where it actually shows some of the flooding that's happened and some email exchanges, it looks like, with the Maryland Department of Environment, where it appears, and I just was going through and reading them all, so I didn't go and actually like follow up on them later on to see the certainty of it. But it appears like your client in developing the upper lot, some of the sediment and other kind of runoff has begun to go down into this lot and elsewhere. I'm hoping you can provide us a little bit of explanation of like what's happening at the site, how you're remedying those, and then how we're not going to get into that kind of a situation if this particular lot is approved.
Yeah, it's a good question. We discussed that at length as well. So the upper lot where the building was raised, and we actually recycled as much of the concrete pavement up there as we could. And then when we grade, we have to provide what they call super silt fence along the southern border, which happens to be the downhill side crossing Gallatin. That is where any sediment would go. I can't say that 100% no sediment ever left the site. Super silt fence is a series of fences with lots of protection to stop anything from going through there. Sometimes there's something that leaks and we have to get it up, and we have street cleaners go out there and get it up, because again, we have weekly meetings with inspectors, and obviously the community notifies us, and we drive there to do the work, or they do, and we get that cleaned up. But at the end of the day, that super silt fence will be gone from the upper lot, because the remaining homes up there finished and constructed final stormwater management, sediment erosion controls will be certified by DPI, and that will prevent anything. But sometimes during construction, things can happen, but we do take care of it right away. Early on, when there's, rough grading and all that work to take down the building, there is certainly more exposure. We actually have a lot of units going up there. Almost all the basements are poured, so it's stabilized, if you will, which then protects the lower lot. The lower lot is downstream, obviously, where the parking was. And there is a very woefully undersized pipe that used to take water from the WCC building, just piped it across the street. But when we took out the pavement of the parking lot, it was supposed to be like a 34-inch pipe, but it ended up being 24. So it just backed up. That all is going to be taken out with our new construction. So they're all going to be properly sized to take care of our total water. We have to take care of all the upstream water and not have any impact downstream as well. So ultimately, when this project is finished up and down, everything will be fine in terms of those issues.
So on that lower lot, is there some stuff that you're going to be putting, like, are you going to be putting in the silk nets down below, or how are you going to stop that from going downstream? Because I mean, some of the pictures are not very pretty, and it looks like some of the sediment from the upper site actually clogged up the drains that go straight into the Chesapeake right there. And that lower lot feeds into the playground that I use down there with my kids. And then also like a watershed region that I like to go walking around in. And what I don't want to see is like an agreement that after the fact will be totally fine and everything will be fixed. But in the meantime, getting to that fact, we're going to destroy the entire watershed down there. And that's really my concern, is that like I want to make sure whatever mitigations you're putting in, that they're adequate. Because to me, it just looking at the pictures that were in there from the Maryland Department of Environment, it looks like it wasn't adequate in that upper lot, and it doesn't paint a very good picture of your client and how they haven't really done anything to fully control for the runoff and the environmental damage. So what else can you do on that lower lot to make sure it doesn't mess up the park, the wetlands down there, which are super sensitive, and then feed into like the Anacostia and other stuff that's just slightly even south from there?
Yeah, again, we're going to have the super silt fence that has already been installed, and there's temporary sediment traps in the bottom southwest corner. You could have probably seen in that aerial, but there already is, and that was an older photo. Everything gets upgraded from time to time. And once this DSP gets approved, if it does, and we proceed to technical approval, DPI makes more refined calculations to make sure that whatever measures we take will control anything adequately. And then we have to implement those as part of our final grade permits and then ultimate finish out. So if there are any particular items that you know, or some staff can tell us, we'll do that, but we're there every day. And I will make sure my client's listening right here, that he'll make sure that we take care of that. We did, for example, work with Park and Planning with the Parks Department. There was an outfall from this lower parking lot that went into the stream that was, again, undersized and not adequate. So we got permission and easement from Park and Planning to add riprap, more piping, buffering, landscaping down there. So that we did that over a year ago or so to make sure that that water was already being treated before it went into the bog, into the stream valley. But we continue to do those things as we work through the site and with DPI.
Okay, so I'm hearing you saying that you're continuing to do this and that you're receptive to hearing any kind of feedback about like what's happening there, and that you guys are putting in adequate fencing and netting and stuff. But what I'm trying to express is, even with that, I don't think that was enough. Like if you look at the pictures over what, a 6-month period from like last summer all the way up until December 22nd of last year, you guys failed on every single one of the visits from the MDE, whether or not you were actually in compliance with not polluting, having the right permits, like a variety of things that were in there. Some of them got better over time. But what I'm concerned about is I don't know if it's completely adequate. And I'm not an environmental scientist, so I'll be the first one to say, like, I don't know what the right fix is. But what I do know is that whatever you did wasn't sufficient. And maybe the explanation is it was that pipe that you guys brought out that was just too small. But the mitigations you had around the upper site didn't work. And I really don't want to see that happen on this lower side, because you're getting closer and closer to the watershed area that's extremely delicate in the park back there. We have a number of species of plants and other things that are native to that area that would probably not last if they got flooded a whole lot and got polluted like I had seen in some of those pictures. So are there other mitigations you can put in place that will improve that? Because even if you say like you have weekly site visits, yeah, you did, but you get dinged every single week, it seemed, when I was looking into those exhibits.
Well, I'm not aware that there were actually violations or anything, but we did hire a third-party inspector that we rely upon to do independent inspections. And they share that information with us and interested parties. It is an enforcement issue with DPI and MDE. That's all I can really say. Somebody could think that it looks bad, but it's not technically bad. It's being taken care of. But that is part of the.
Let me jump in, because Commissioner Dorner, I'm certainly sensitive to everything that you're saying. We're hearing it loud and clear from the community, and those of us in the area can speak to this from first-hand experience. But I just want to make sure that we're staying with what's in our purview, and so we have this platform, and I think the applicant is hearing us loud and clear. But it's not something that we don't permit or enforce this.
So, yeah, I mean, I agree that we're not the permitting party that actually does this, and I appreciate that clarification. But part of our approvals in this process is that we have to be convinced that this site is going to go back to and be restored properly to the prior conditions, and that it's not going to be worsened in any way. And the only way that I can do this in good faith right now is looking at what they're doing on the upper lot. And even if it's not a permit violation, per what Mr. Rivera said, there was DPI stop orders in there, and there were consistent letters from MDE stating that they were in violation of certain aspects of their reviews. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to figure out, we have these environmental features, which are sensitive, and are they going to be properly preserved and restored? And yeah, we can look at the very beginning and say, it's a parking lot and it was in terrible condition. Like, no argument there. Like, it's like the worst possible thing that you could have. And almost anything you do to that parking lot will improve the area. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. Like, just ripping it up will probably be better than having it there. But in getting to like what looks to be a really good concept plan afterwards, I'm worried about the middle term, because that's when you destroy everything around there. And if you're not careful in getting to that point, you're just going to destroy all of the environmental features around there that are protected. And at that point, it's too late and you can't do much about it. And there hasn't, it seems to be, it hasn't worked completely in the pictures that are in the documents. There's extreme flooding and it's blocking up the streets and stuff. I just am looking for some sort of more proactive outreach from the applicant, or maybe other layers of mitigations they can put in there. Not necessarily stopping them from developing it, but other things that will make it a little bit better. So that way I don't walk down to the park one day and find it completely flooded and messed up and dirty and have all sorts of issues there. Because then at that point, even if I don't have like the authority to enforce the code violations, I sure as hell am going to go and raise some voices about this. Because we are right now in the process of approving this. And one of the things we have to do is we have to weigh the environmental features and the preservation and restoration of them to the fullest extent possible. And that's what I'm trying to do. And that's in our staff report. So this certainly falls within our purview there. And I'm looking for ways that I can be convinced to get over the line to be supportive of this application, that they are actually going to do that. And I'm just not hearing them yet.
Thank you.
And it has to be context sensitive too, is what I would say. Like, and that context sensitive isn't just the residential homes looking like other residential homes in the area. Like, context sensitive also means you're pulling something out of a floodplain and you're filling that in, which is a dicey thing to do. risky, maybe really great, and may really improve that area, but you have to be aware that when you're doing that, you have to be careful to not mess up stuff.
We agree. I mean, the floodplain compensatory storage was done and approved by the city of Park and Planning of West Hyattsville. This is just basically the same sort of concept. But again, we hear your concerns. MDE has told us we're the most highly visited site by their people. So I think your concerns have been heard, as well as with DPI and us.
So how do you not win that award? That's where I want you to see you go, is not win that award of the most visited site. To putting in enough things that can protect against it, so you're okay in doing this construction and development.
Yeah, we do improve, but hopefully the award will be it. They don't have to inspect it anymore one day. You know, we just have to keep continuing, and the regulatory agencies that have that jurisdiction will make sure we do it. But we're not going to just wait for them to tell us to do it. We're proactive.
And that's what I'm looking for, Mr. Rivera, is how are you going to be proactive, more so than what you're doing in that upper lot? Because it wasn't working well enough in that upper lot. And that's what I'm trying to get you to, is like, throw me a bone. Convince me that what you're going to do is actually going to work and not mess up the rest of the area down there, because it hasn't worked completely in the upper lot. And they're beautiful homes that you guys are developing. So no argument there. I'm just worried about the process and getting to that.
Yeah, my clients just told me, we're going to increase our staffing levels and our vigilance. So that's something that's on us, and we will do.
Okay. You might need to have somebody out there 24/7 then, but okay.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Dorner. Any other questions for the applicant? Other commissioners, questions for the applicant? Okay, all right, so let's continue on with our process. Mr. Smith, we actually do not afford, at least in my experience, and I'll check with our attorney as well, but we do not afford the opportunity to cross the applicant's attorney. So there is no cross for Mr. Rivera. Mr. Warner, do you want to weigh in on that? Yeah.
No, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Smith? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
And some people may prefer that, Chair. How is the applicant's attorney representing the applicant not a witness? Your rules allow any person of record to cross any witness. How is Mr. Rivera, by the way, should be registered as a lobbyist for this case? I don't know whether he is. How is he not a witness?
He's the attorney for the applicant. It's clear as day.
No, how is the attorney for the applicant not a witness in his case? He's presenting their case. He's answering questions that should be subject to cross. You just allowed Commissioner Dorner to ask, and I think you should have, a number of questions. Mr. Rivera has made a number of statements on the record that really are questionable or simply incorrect.
You're going to have plenty of opportunity to testify. You're going to have plenty of opportunity to testify. The issue is around a process, and does a party of record have the right to cross the attorney for an applicant? And my own experience, and our attorney concurs, is no.
So according to that ruling, you don't state anywhere in your rules the attorney for the applicant is not a witness, but
I'm stating it now.
So the applicant can hide behind their attorney, and the attorney on behalf of the applicant can make
Mr. Smith, I understand you're not happy with. I understand you're not happy with our.
I just want to be clear about how that doesn't work, especially when the applicant is allowed to rebut opponent's testimony afterwards, but opponents are not allowed to rebut the applicant's testimony. There's a fundamental bias in the way the process is built. Thank you.
There's no more questions for the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We're going to go to the sign-up sheet. We have some folks in support, folks in opposition. I don't think we have anybody undeclared. Can I just check with my staff, but also for folks who are online? Is there anybody who's undeclared on this? I imagine not, but I just want to make sure. Okay, so why don't we go through, start with folks who are in support, and then we will hear from the opposition, and I'll talk to the folks who are in opposition about managing the time in a second. For individuals, we'll have 3 minutes to speak. For the folks who are in opposition, again, Mr. Smith and others, when we get to you, we'll talk about how we manage the time. So what I have for folks who are in support, I have and just see who's here. I have a Kate Calloway.
Here.
Okay, I have a David Reese. Out here, and I have a Jorge Aguilar Barantes.
Here.
Okay, so we have 2 folks who are in support. That's who I have on my speakers list. Am I missing anybody?
David Reese is here.
David Reese is here. Okay, so we have 3 folks who are in support. I'm going to go through the list as it's listed here, and we'll give you 3 minutes each. I'll start with Ms. Calloway. If you could, when you come before us, state your name and address for the record. And you have 3 minutes, and we'll put a clock up there just to help guide the time. And thank you for coming before us to testify.
Of course, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kate, and I live at 4025 Hamilton Street in Hyattsville. And I'm not here for a long speech. I just wanted to say that my husband and I have worked with Moorline for a couple years now, and we are lucky to have secured a home in the Suffrage Point development. And, I think that I'm in support, obviously, of the addition down below. And I think that Moorline as a company really does have the community's best interest in mind as they continue with their development. So I'm definitely in support. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Keller. Much appreciated. Mr. Reese, David Reese.
Hi, good afternoon. David Reese, 5206 41st Avenue, Hyattsville. First, thank you to the Planning Board for your leadership and diligence seriously in ensuring that we develop land responsibly in Prince George's County. And here we have the opportunity to support responsible population growth by providing options for people to reside in urban areas. And this project will expand the socioeconomic diversity in the area, something that will benefit the entire community. Townhomes and homes that are close together and use less land that are also near connected transportation systems speak to people who are progressive and environmentally responsible. It's the way our nation, state, and county needs to continue moving. Further, your assurance through everything that I've seen today on display and your democratic process ensures that there will be transparency regarding the history of the land, i.e. floodplains, and will allow for consumers to make informed decisions. This project, featuring high quality housing by a developer who has gone to great lengths to ensure that they're responsible to environmental concerns, needs to go forward. So thank you all for your support in moving this project forward. I look forward to seeing the new beautiful townhomes.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I appreciate it. I may have missed a 4th person who signed up and who's a proponent of this, Mitchell Bernard. You're signing up in support of this project, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, great. So then I have 2 more speakers. I have Jorge Aguilar Barantes. Are you with us?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you and see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Jorge Aguilar Barrantes. I live in 4208 Farragut Street, Hyattsville, Maryland. I'm not going to be taking too long. When I first moved to Hyattsville, one of the reasons to move from DC to Hyattsville was how Hyattsville, this area was full of families, beautiful houses. It was a great neighborhood. So my husband and I, we made the decision to move there. So we saw that new development come into the area, and it's not, this project is not only showing a nice architecture, but also in how it blends into the new neighborhood and also its characteristics. So the area was already beautiful, but now it looks gorgeous. And I'm here in favor and support to the development. And not only that, like that area, there's an apartment complex in there, or an apartment building is called Top of the Park. This building is beautiful. It's located in 400 Gallatin Street, and it blends very nicely with all this new structure. So I'm here in favor with the development.
Thank you, Mr. Barantes. Appreciate you taking the time to come speak to us. Finally, for the parties of support, we have Mitchell Bernard.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for taking the time to meet with me today. So yes, Mitchell Bernard, I live on Hamilton Street across from the new development, and I've been in the Hyattsville area for about 7 years. And yeah, I just wanted to voice my support for the project. From everything that I've seen and watching this project grow, I've been very impressed at the efforts that Worline has taken, right, to make this look like an established neighborhood. I think it's very impressive from house to house, and you know, I don't think there's many other projects I've seen that have gone through those efforts to make it look like it's an established project. I also want to kind of just state as well, like, you know, listening to all the discussion back and forth, it was, I think, very reassuring to hear Mr. Rivera mention about, you know, what the current project does and how that's going to benefit the storm runoff as compared to what was in place, you know, prior to Worline taking over. So I think that's great to hear, especially as it relates to the runoff. And then one last point I just want to kind of note here is I've been in the Hyattsville area, and we moved houses about 4 years ago when we moved into a Worline home. And, you know, this is just my personal experience, right? But as a builder, they've been just tremendous to work with, right? Pre-moving in and then after moving in, right? Like if any issues have came up over the 4 years, right? They've always kind of been there to assist with anything. And it's usually me just kind of asking a question like, hey, you know, do you know if there's someone I can contact, right, about something that's came up, and they're like, hey, you know, we'll fix it for you, right? Again, that's just my personal experience, right? They've kind of really gone above and beyond to kind of make sure that everyone is in a good position. So I kind of feel like the same thing would apply, right, to these new homes. And yeah, I think that Worline would be the last group or company, right, to want to see anyone be in a bad position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Appreciate it. Don't see any other folks who signed up in support. So for the folks who are in opposition, I just want to manage our time a little bit. First of all, I believe we have Mr. Chandler and Ms. Simmons from the City of Hyattsville. I'm going to give them the opportunity to go first if they're here. Mr. Chandler, Ms. Simmons, are you here?
Hello, this is Holly Simmons. I am in attendance, but Mr. Chandler is not on the line.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Simmons, for 1 sec. So we'll have Ms. Simmons go first. Then after that, for the opposition, I see we have Mr. Smith, Irene Marsh I've seen on, she's here. I think video issues, but she's here. Julie Wolf and Kat are here. Shannon Frickless, I've seen her on the line too. She's here, Ms. Frickless. Shannon Frickless, apologies.
Yeah, here.
Okay, and then Andrew Suey, did I pronounce that right? Okay, so not Mr. Suey. So after Ms. Simmons goes from the City of Hyattsville, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 folks who are speaking. Let me suggest this, which is the applicant took about 20 minutes to do their presentation, setting aside questions. Let me give you all that same amount of time, and you can manage the time as you see fit amongst the 4 of you. I know that I'm going to make an assumption that Mr. Smith has a lot to say and a lot of materials to prepare. So if you all can sort of think about that, the other folks have up to 3 minutes to speak, and the balance of that 20 minutes I'll give over to Mr. Smith. Okay, Mr. Smith, will that work for you?
I think so. Yes, Mr. Chair, and perhaps my neighbors should go first, and I will do my best to fit my comments within the remainder.
Okay, thank you. So that's what we'll do. So I'll start with Holly Simmons from the City of Hyattsville, and I'm not going to put a time limit on you. I'll respect your role with the city and take it away. And if you go for about an hour, it'll annoy us. But beyond that, take it away.
Noted. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Holly Simmons, City Planner with the City of Hyattsville, speaking on behalf of the Hyattsville City Council. As expressed in previous correspondence and oral testimony, the City of Hyattsville has and continues to be in firm opposition to this development. In 2018, the city opposed the parent case for this development, which enabled the rezoning of the subject parcel from OS to R55 and allowed a density for the site which is inconsistent with the goals and intent of the Gateway Arts District sector plan. In April 2022, the city also opposed the preliminary plan of subdivision for the site. Now, regarding the subject DSP, the city sent a letter to the planning board dated December 7th, 2022, which is included in the backup material for today's meeting. The Hyattsville City Council voted in opposition to the applicant's detailed site plan and requests the board deny the application. However, in the event the board approves the application, the city has requested conditions pertaining to pedestrian connections, signage, dedication of parcels C, D, and B2, lighting, and plantings be adopted by the planning board as conditions of approval. City staff appreciates that these requested conditions are generally reflected in the recommendations provided in the MNC PPC staff report. Staff has reviewed the applicant's revised condition language included in the backup. For condition 1G, which pertains to historic and interpretive signage to be located on site, we disagree with the applicant's suggested language that the signage be subject only to review and comment by the Historic Preservation Section staff. While we understand this would be consistent with the language adopted at the time of the preliminary plan, we think it is appropriate that the signage be subject to approval by the planning director. Finally, we believe the deletion of conditions pertaining to parcel B2 would be inappropriate. Providing public access to parcel B2 is a position that has been proffered by the applicant throughout the review process as a public benefit. This is a commitment the applicant made both to the planning board and to the city, and the city specifically requested in its December 7th correspondence to the board that, quote, parcel B2 be dedicated as a public use easement in which the applicant shall maintain ownership of parcel B2, but access of the parcel shall be granted to the general public. Parcel B2 shall primarily serve to provide compensatory storage for the subject parcel, but shall be used by the public and permitted at the city's discretion under a separate memorandum of understanding, end quote. There's an obligation to reflect this in the conditions to ensure public use of the land. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Commissioners, questions for the City of Hyattsville as represented by Ms. Simmons?
Yeah, I have two quick questions for so Ms. Simmons, one question on parcel B2, where are you all at in the negotiations? Because one of the things that it seems like Mr. Rivera was saying is that he wanted it to remove it as a condition and put it as a staff finding just because you continue to go through the negotiations. So I wanted to find out if you all were kind of at the same page finally. And then the other part of it is in his new condition 3 that we're not, that he doesn't want it, that he's stricken now, so he doesn't want that to be included. The very last part of that was about assigning the grounds and tree or shrub maintenance to the city, where I think the city's position in one of its letters or something I saw on the backup was that they didn't want to maintain the maintenance on that for something that's on private land. And when I heard Mr. Rivera talk about that condition today, it sounded like the city was reassuming the responsibility for that and not the HOA. So I wanted to find out what the stage was on that, if you had come to an agreement on it.
No, we're still at a point of disagreement, and you have accurately identified the crux of that disagreement. We generally agree with the entirety of the applicant's proposed condition 3, except for the final reference to the city, which we do believe should be the HOA or simply left out of the condition entirely, as we will not be assuming responsibility for maintenance of landscaping or vegetation on private property.
Okay, so what happened? So just walk me through a thought exercise. What happens if we strike that last part because it goes into our findings, or maybe it stays in the condition, and there's no reference to the HOA or to the city? Then let's walk forward a year from now, and it looks crazy. There's all sorts of shrubs around, and it just doesn't look really nice. What do we do about that? How is it enforceable? Is it going to be owned by the HOA and the HOA is not going to touch it because it has a PUE on top of it, or how does that work?
Our position So what had been agreed is that it will remain in the applicant's ownership with the easement over it. I do understand, as I said, there's a disagreement about who would be maintaining the vegetation on site. The applicant has stated that they perceive that to be the city's responsibility, and we do not agree, as we would not be maintaining those grounds. So an agreement would need to be reached. We're not at agreement at this point in time. It's, it would be sheer speculation for me to say what happens a year from now, because I simply can't tell the future.
Okay, but if the city has access to that and the public is actually accessing and you got your citizens using that part of the park, why wouldn't the city go ahead and take over the maintenance of that?
So my understanding is that it was discussed that the city would be responsible for maintenance when it was being considered that the city would take ownership, but my understanding is, as a matter of policy, the city is not maintaining vegetation or landscaping, plantings, what have you, on private property, regardless of whether there is an easement over them or not.
How many places does the city have an easement over private property where it has access? Are there a lot
I'm
of
not
places?
aware.
And I think the answer is probably no to that question. To me, that sounds like a really weird issue because you want the usage for the park. Agreed that the ownership is still private on the underlying parcel itself, but you want to use the parcel and have access to it for your citizens, but then you don't want to take over any of the maintenance. And then if a liability comes up and somebody gets hurt because of the lack of maintenance, does that fall back upon the city or does that fall back upon the applicant? I think it's a hairy thing.
Right. Commissioner Dorner, if I could step in, I think Ms. Simmons stated the city's position. I'm not sure she can negotiate with us on this. I think your point is clear and I agree with you 100%. I don't know where Ms. Simmons can go with this because all she's doing is delivering a message on behalf of the city.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the city has its own challenges there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm with you around concerns around this issue because we don't want this to fall, get caught in the middle. So let's continue to dwell on that as we go through the process. We can talk to Mr. Rivera about that later on too.
Yeah, I think we need to figure out how we're going to write up the findings if this gets approved to reflect this and be careful about who actually deals with that.
I mean, well, let's deliberate on that when we get to that point. But I have some thoughts about that. But let's hold it now and continue where we are in our process. If you have other questions for Ms. Simmons, or do other commissioners have questions for the city of Hyattsville?
My question was of a similar nature, Mr. Chairman. So if we'll hold that during discussion, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Ms. Simmons? Ms. Simmons, thank you. I'm sure it'd be helpful if you stayed on the line, even if you won't be speaking for a bit. So now let's go to the other parties in opposition. Mr. Smith is asked to go last. I don't have any concerns around that. Let me go through the rest of the list in the order that I have them on my sheet. So we'll start with Ms. Marsh, Irene Marsh. You have up to 3 minutes. We'll start the clock for you. I know you've been having some issues with your video. Turn it on if you want to, but there's no requirement for it. And let's see if we can hear you. Ms. Marsh? There we go. Try speaking now, Ms. Marsh. We're almost there. I can hear some noise. We're getting close. We're not going to forget Ms. Marsh, but let's come back to her and see if she can figure out the technology issues, or perhaps we can help in some way. So we'll move on to Ms. Wolf, Julie Wolf. You have up 3 minutes to speak, and the floor is yours.
Can I have offer to Ms. Frickles to go first because I believe she has a time restriction?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Thanks for being mindful of the others. So Ms. Frickles, you go first.
Thank you so much, Julie, and to the rest of the planning board. My name is Shannon Frickles. I reside at 5008 Place in Hyattsville, 4 doors down from the disputed site where Borderline has been strong arming its way towards developing the lower parcel. I'm a member of Sustainable Hyattsville, along with the other Hyattsville residents and a petitioner in 2 cases challenging county approvals for this project. First, the planning board's approval of PPS 421052 for the lower parcel, and second, district council's October 2022 approval of the 12.3 townhomes per acre in response to the court's remand of CSP 18002. I'm also a lawyer and work in the Capitol Hill area. First, I would like to request that the planning board follow precedent and proper procedure to ensure completeness of the record by holding the record open for written comments and hearing testimony until a final decision is made as is general practice. We plead for you to keep fairness in mind as you consider the potential impacts that this project poses to my home and to the local community. I purchased my house in May 2021, the same month that Worldline began to tear into both parcels, even though they hadn't even applied for state, federal stormwater or floodplain wetland permit. From what I have gathered in almost my 2 years here, there is not a development that this is not a development that the city wants. Worldline proposed development is not in the public interest, and it is detrimental to the local community and the environment. I believe that Worldline's consistent and persistent violations should inherently prevent them from being rewarded with additional opportunities to build in my community. And I hope that you will take into account Worldline's deplorable track record and violations going back more than 3.5 years as you consider this detailed site plan. I hope that you also consider the apparent failure of the partner agency in which you had relied, DPI, to hold Worldline accountable and stop them from discharging sediment pollution into our local streams and wetlands. Along with the other Sustainable Hyattsville volunteers, I personally documented a number of those violations with photos and videos that were submitted for the record. The city has opposed this project at every turn since 2018, and I think that it's a travesty that the planning board and the district council are not showing respect for the city's well-founded opposition to a project that our former mayor, Candace Hollingsworth, has stated fails to meet any reasonable public needs test. None of my neighbors support this project, many of whom are immigrants with children and multiple jobs cannot take the time to be here to testify. While I am an attorney and I know I cannot represent them here, I can tell you that we share many of the same concerns about this project. While your staff stated that, for example, there's a walk that is typical for an urban area, this is not an urban area, and this forcing of townhomes to this quintessential higher density is not actually reflective of the detached homes in my neighborhood. MDE has first inspected in 2021, and they found that there is not the required environmental permit. MDE confirmed that Worldline was operating without any permits and otherwise was in violation of the Clean Water Act on multiple accounts. 30 times, never has found Worldline to be in compliance. And that includes MDE's most recent inspection on December 15th. And DPI had began inspecting the site for stormwater compliance only after Sustainable Hyattsville engaged MDE and that let them know that Worldline was violating the law in multiple ways. And since June 9th, 2021, DPI has inspected the site nearly 60 times and again has found Worldline to be out of compliance or in violation in more than half of those inspections. And DPI has reported to you 2 issues of findings of violations, despite all of these findings of noncompliance, and issued 5 stop work orders and in fact gave Worldline a failing review as recently as December 15th, 2022 as well. They've continued discharging significant sediment loads into the Trumbull Trail tributary that Will Dorner mentioned and Joy, as do I, which is right abutting the back of my property. Gallatin Street has been flooded dangerously a number of times with sediment-laden stormwater from Worldline site, forcing the city to close the street. And it is so bad that it actually limits access to my property and is dangerous. Many of us in the community wonder why DPI hasn't taken effective action or shut Worldline down or revoked Worldline's permits. And this should certainly make you question being able to rely on DPI's due diligence. Because as a planning board, it is on you to not ignore these serious issues. According to longtime Hyattsville residents, before Worldline tore up the 2 parcels, Gallatin rarely flooded. And when it did, it flooded with clear stormwater and drained really quickly. What we've seen since Worldline commenced work on the upper parcel has been distinctly different. Sediment-filled water, often draining very slowly, and their quote-unquote stormwater management stopgap has been piling coarse gravel and wood in front of storm drains and is clearly only making the problem worse. The planning board has an affirmative responsibility to protect our communities, our parks, our environment, our streams, and our wetlands. Legally, the burden of proof that this project will not cause harm and will comply with the laws falls entirely on the applicant, and they have yet to prove that. Local residents should not have to load the record every time with evidence that the project already is causing harm, and Worldline has been failing to comply, but we have stacked the record with that evidence. Does that seem fair? Finally, as someone who is planning to have a family soon, I share the view of many of my neighbors. A diverse and growing community would have been much better served by a walkable new elementary school or a community center rather than being jammed with $1 million plus townhomes. Now, the road which I live on, a thoroughfare between Rhode Island Avenue and Queens Chapel, is already overburdened and unsafe to the extent it's hard for me to even pull out of my driveway sometimes in the morning. I'm constantly hearing traffic. In fact, the stop signs that are on my street were recently just equipped with LED lights because clearly the community must have voiced concern regarding this unsafely trafficked, narrow, winding thoroughfare. And in fact, there was an accident right in front of my house running into the fence because it is that dangerous. The project would only increase this congestion and unsafe conditions of this road, obviously. I, like our former mayor, Hollingsworth, do not see this project meeting any legitimate public interest test, and Worldline's deplorable environmental track record gives me little hope that they will act in good faith as they continue building. Every step along the way, all we've seen is Worldline acting for what appears to be a blatant disregard for the law. And if you vote for this project, you would be condoning, if not encouraging, their behavior and setting bad precedent. Please vote for fairness and vote in opposition to this project for the sake of my community. Thank you. I'm sorry for going over time.
It's all right. Thank you, Ms. Frickless. Appreciate you taking the time. I know it's been a long day. Irene Smith, I'm sorry, Irene Marsh, can we try you again? Can we hear you? Ms. Marsh? No, unfortunately, no, we're having trouble. Ms. Marsh, can we hear you now? Okay, Ms. Wolf, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. While I'm introducing myself, since there's not much time, I want to call your attention to page 28 of the additional materials that were submitted on January 4th. I'm assuming you all have that in front of you since I'm not able to share my screen. Okay, so first, my name is Julie Wolf. I live directly across from both lots at 4008 Hamilton, so I've overlooked this project from the beginning. Earlier this morning, someone said they're not an environmental scientist. I am an environmental scientist, and so I'm speaking today as an environmental scientist who specializes in soil science and climate change. So briefly, I agree with what everyone else I'm also a member of Sustainable Hyattsville. I agree with what my compatriots have mentioned, but I want to talk about this map that I've presented for you on page 28. I downloaded this directly from NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And the red coloration is from them. And what that's showing is shallow coastal flooding currently. And what I want you to see, the yellow arrow is pointing to the lower lot as it is, and the upper lot, you can see this is an older map, so it's bare soil. This entire, both upper and lower lots drains into a part of the Northwest Branch that is already subject to coastal flooding. And so as they raise the lower lot, there's going to be nowhere for the water to go. Worldline claims that they're going to build sufficient capacity into that very small southwest corner, but I contend that this is putting the park, a very important public resource, into direct risk of being inundated repeatedly. And I find that to be completely unacceptable. I have other things, but I think I'll just leave it at that in the interest of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Appreciate your time. Mr. Smith, let's just round this down a little bit to give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's give you 12 minutes, up to 12 minutes, and take it away. Let me try one more time. Ms. Marsh?
Excuse me?
Irene Marsh, do we have you? No, unfortunately. All right, Mr. Smith, so we'll put 12 minutes on the clock. The time is yours. Take it away.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, before we start, I think it would be fair if the opponents get the same aggregate amount of time as the proponents, including Mr. Rivera and the local residents who testified in favor. I think you would premise this on Mr. Rivera's
So
20.
you're saying add in the 4 people who spoke as well as Mr. Rivera.
Sure, they're all proponents.
Yeah, that's fair. So let's bump you up to 20 minutes.
Okay, I will do my best with that. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, planning commissioners and staff. Smith. I reside at 4204 Farragut Street in Hyattsville, and I serve on the board of Sustainable Hyattsville. As an individual and on behalf of Sustainable, respectfully submit these comments and urge the planning board to deny Worline's application for separate point DSP 21001, as well as all variances and amendments to the DDOZ standards that Worline is requesting. On July 26, 2018, in his testimony on CSP 1802, Worline's attorney Norman Rivera thanked the planning staff for rescuing the project. We submit it is not the planning department or the planning board's job to rescue a project. Unfortunately, that is precisely what's happened with each of Worline's applications, including CSP 18002, the 2 preliminary plans, and DSP 18005. As part of my framing, I would say that section 27104 of the zoning ordinance states that the requirements that are laid out in the ordinance are the promoting the purpose of the subtitle. And 27142 states that the burden of proof in any zoning case shall be the applicant's. It's the applicant's responsibility to demonstrate that a project is legal and compliant and in the public interest. It's not the local communities, all volunteers to make the case that it's not. It's also not the planning staff's job to make the case. Based on the evidence that we placed on the record for this and parent applications, you have solid grounds to deny Worline's application. We ask you not to rescue the applicant who has failed to meet the minimum requirements laid out in the ordinance, lobbied the planning department to calculate density in a way that violates the ordinance, and persistently and flagrantly violated county, state, and federal environmental laws since July of 2019. Worline's violations and the county's failures to follow and enforce the law have been so egregious that Sustainable Hyattsville and the Anacostia Riverkeeper notified Worline and the county in October that we intend to sue them. Can we pause the clock, please?
Mr. Smith.
The dog is responding to a siren going by. I can't control him on that.
Don't even worry about it. Take a second. Let the dog do what the dog has to do. Stop on the clock.
Hold on a second. I'm going to put him outside. Sorry.
But Mr. Smith, take your time. Don't worry about it. Anybody like to guess the size of that dog? Either big or a small dog with a big attitude.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm ready again.
Take it away.
You can also say that the dogs in our community also oppose the project. That's what that was about. We provided a copy of our notice of intent as one of our exhibits. Please take that very seriously. Take a look at it. We lay out 3.5 years of clear violations and failure to enforce. We quite possibly would not have needed to file that notice of intent if the planning board had taken more seriously its responsibility to protect the environment and given due consideration of the concerns that we've raised and the evidence we provided in prior applications. And I really appreciate the comments and questions that have come from commissioners today about these issues. Worline's behavior here has been disturbing, to say the least. Your consideration should be much more than a box checking exercise and a blind reliance on a partner agency, DPI, that has committed basic errors in the floodplain waiver letter on which you've relied, allowed Worline to violate the law for 3.5 years and operate on the property without required county, state, and federal permits, failed to account for climate change and its review of Worline's plans, and failed to inspect and enforce for nearly 2 years after allowing Worline to tear up the upper parcel, and failed to take effective action to protect our community and local streams and wetlands and that wetland is on park property, by the way, from Worline's numerous discharges of sediment, perhaps other pollutions. While planning may not have the authority over permits and enforcement, you do have an affirmative responsibility and a right to take a close, hard look at whether the applicant's track record and DPI's works provide evidence that this project will not harm the environment or that the applicant is in compliance. I'll just note the sensitive location of the property. You know the deal. It's in the floodplain. It's next to a wetland. It sits on top of a tributary. That feeds into the Northwest Branch and the Anacostia are impaired waters under the Clean Water Act for sediment and other pollutants. This is an environmental justice site because it's surrounded by communities that have high percentages of folks with low income or persons of color and the downstream communities as well. It's next to our parks and it's next to our homes. Without taking that close, hard look, you cannot make an informed finding that this project and this application meet the purposes of the zoning ordinance. And I would just highlight purposes 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15, all of which speak to protecting the public well-being and the environment, including preventing floods. Worline has provided no approved covenant, agreement, or plan for maintaining the land if it is available for public use, but owned by the HOA. That is required under Section 27282 under detailed site plans. Instead, Worline has repeatedly sought to present its stormwater facilities, which may be under-designed and non-protective, as public open space, and to find a way to make the public responsible for maintaining Worline's stormwater and flood mitigation infrastructure on the lower parcel, and then to have us indemnify the HOA if harm results from not just failure to the city's alleged failure, potential failure to maintain the grounds, but the failure of the infrastructure itself. The DSP failed to conform with the CSP and the council's final decision and order on at least 2 critical points. First, Worline lacks the required floodplain authorizations. In condition 2A of its final decision and order, June 19, the district council stipulated at the time of the detailed site plan, Worline must demonstrate that it has all required floodplain authorizations. Worline has not received the required state federal authorization to alter the floodplain or the site adjacent non-tidal wetland or the Northwest Branch tributary. Therefore, this planning board should not have accepted this DSP for review and may not legally approve it without violating the CSP. In fact, the planning board should not have accepted DSP 18005 for review and should not have approved it. In advancing this project, the planning department has repeatedly relied on the floodplain waiver letter. I pointed out some errors in that letter. They're clear errors and they're sloppy. The planning department should have caught those errors and asked questions about that, and yet it did not, apparently. I'll also point out that condition 1 of that waiver letter states that this approval does not relieve the applicant of responsibility for obtaining any other approvals, licenses, or permits in accordance with federal, state, or local requirements, and does not authorize commitment of the proposed project. Worline doesn't have the required state federal authorization, and yet Worline in May of 2021 tore up the lower parcel. And prior to that, it tore up the upper parcel despite not having the required state federal stormwater permit or county grading permits or approved stormwater management plan. You can find much of this information on publicly accessible websites and databases, MTEs and DPIs. Second point of nonconformity, Worline calculated according to the zoning ordinance's relevant provisions and acreages presented by Worline in previous plans. The density sought by Worline for the entire project for the lower parcel and the upper parcel would be, I'm sorry, the densities for the entire project would be 16.1 houses and townhouses per acre. For townhouses on the upper parcel, 17.9 units per acre. And for townhouses on the lower parcel, 33 units per acre. This is based on Worline and the planning department's previous presentations of the floodplain area as 3.02 acres. Suddenly, we're relying on a much smaller floodplain area, one that hadn't been subject to public review, one that wasn't presented to the district council on July 12th. These densities radically exceed the maximum allowed under the zoning ordinance, the 12.3 approved by the council in October 2022, and any density in the surrounding R55, RSF 65 community. We've laid out our calculations in our written comments. We've laid them out for the planning board before. These are simple calculations. It becomes complex when somebody wants to either ignore the law or find a novel way to figure out a way to keep this project alive. And that's what we have yet again. Suddenly we're relying on a floodplain delineation that has never been subject to public review, and it probably does not take into account the realities of climate change. There's no evidence in the record that Worline in its plans has taken climate change into account, or that DPI in its approvals and reviews has taken climate change into account. We have placed abundant evidence in the record that climate change is bringing more severe storms, that the trend is upward for overall precipitation and the frequency of severe storms, that floodplain delineations that have been relied on historically and have been relied on in this case probably are badly obsolete and non-protective, and that the situation is likely only to get worse. We provided that information. We included a report that MDE points to on its website, looking at the kinds of data that engineers rely on in designing floodplain facilities and agencies rely on in reviewing those plans and making approvals or denials. All this information is publicly available. We've brought it up before with you all at times. We're bringing it up again, and we really have to ask, especially given the concern that you've expressed here today, that you would pay attention and you see this as a reason to deny this application. The fact that Worline proceeded without having the required permits, the fact that DPI allowed Worline to do that, the fact that DPI did not inspect at all. There's no evidence on DPI's website that they inspected the site at all between July of 2019 and June of 2020. And they expected only after we raised hell at a hearing with you on DSP 18005, showing evidence that Worline was dumping large loads of sediment onto Gallatin Street. Now, we have documented dozens of instances where Worline has left the site in degraded condition, likely to discharge. That's a violation of the law. Where Worline has discharged sediment onto the street, into the storm system, into a tributary. And this has been from both parcels. I know I understand Mr. Dorner's focus on the failures on the upper parcel, but we've documented discharges from the lower parcel as well, going back a couple of years. And this is because of Worline's behavior. So we can say on the one hand, anything is better than an asphalt parking lot. We never argued that it should stay an asphalt parking lot, but there's no evidence anywhere that this property was discharging sediment pollution into that tributary, into the county-owned bog, or into the Northwest Branch prior to Worline ripping up the upper parcel and then ripping up both the upper parcel and the lower parcel and doing it without the required permits, county, state, and federal permits. No evidence at all that that happened. So I hope you take that under due consideration as well. I can walk you through some of the climate issues. We provided a report done by the RAND Corporation, funded by Maryland and Virginia and other entities, looking at the reliability of the precipitation data that are typically used and have been used. And they found that the data that the tool usually relied on by engineers and environmental agencies, and NOAA's Atlas 14, contains no data any more recent than 2000, and that the called intensity, duration, or frequency curves that have been relied on over the past 10, 20 years probably underpredicted, and that going forward are even more likely to underpredict the impacts from storms. And so again, we ask you to take that into account, and if you don't, then it's hard to see how we can rely on you to make informed decisions about projects that can have significant impacts on people's property, on human health and human life, and on the environment. Again, going back to this, it's clear that now the planning department and Shoreline are relying on a floodplain area of 1.29 acres, which is about 60% smaller than the 3.02 acres that they presented. They presented all along, right up until this application. Not only in these applications, but also in the stormwater management plan. This figure doesn't appear anywhere in the previous applications, in the stormwater management plan, in the floodplain study, in DPI's floodplain waiver letter, in the natural resources inventory, or any previous planning comments on the project. It just appears pretty much out of nowhere, and it hasn't been vetted, and it's likely to be incorrect due to climate change. I'm trying to just cover all the issues quickly. We have an awful lot of this in our written comments. And I'm trying to. As you review Shoreline's application request, we ask you to fully account for climate change as fully as possible, and to apply apply the best available data, information, analysis, science. We know you're not engineers. We know you're not scientists, but you convene as a quasi-judicial body, and you should be making decisions that are well-informed, balanced, and in the public interest. We have presented information over and over and over showing that climate change is a serious issue, that Shoreline has been violating the law. And in looking at these failures, you have to either assume that the plans themselves are inadequate, the stormwater plans themselves are inadequate, or DPI's review was inadequate, or Shoreline has been violating, and/or DPI has been failing to enforce the law sufficiently to protect our local streams and wetlands. And it's at each point that we've raised these issues along the way, concerns about an unlawful method of calculating density, concerns about impacts on traffic or schools, concerns about impacts on the environment, concerns about climate change, concerns about Shoreline's egregious track record going back to at least July of 2019. At each point, these issues has just been kicked, the can's been kicked down the road. The pollution's been washed downstream. And the planning board, unfortunately, in some ways, and I don't take offense, but you've been in a position of basically enabling an applicant rather than taking an objective look at some of these really critical issues. And I know your job is difficult. I know you have a lot of applications. I know you have a lot of people bringing information to you. But still, we have to actually finally take a look, a hard, close look at whether you can rely on Shoreline's statements that they're going to protect the environment and have been, or whether you can rely on DPI's work. And I understand the need and desire to rely on a sister agency, a partner agency, but once you've been presented with abundant evidence that agency has not been doing its job, to the point that two nonprofits feel compelled to take that agency and the applicant to federal court. We don't do that lightly. It's costing us a lot in time, energy, and money, but we're doing it because we think it's the right thing. When you're faced with that kind of abundant evidence, we have to ask you to work responsibly, act in the public's interest, and deny this application. Take this information into serious account. Because beyond the narrow black and white letter of certain requirements in the law, there is this broader mission that you're supposed to fulfill to make sure that these applications actually serve the public interest and don't endanger the public interest, don't endanger our resources, don't endanger our homes. And so we have to ask you, take that very seriously and look at the fact that Worline, to this day, after tearing up the parcel, does not have the required authorization from the states and the feds to alter the floodplain. In fact, they didn't even apply for that until late July or early August of 2021. And they did so only after we brought MDE on the site because we weren't seeing DPI enforce the law. And I'll also point out to you that even after Worline was instructed by MDE to stop grading and stabilize all the exposed stockpiles of soil and construction to be on the site, Worline refused. They continued working, and DPI did not issue a hard stop work order. That's pretty outrageous. And Mr. Dorner, you're familiar with this site. You've seen the massive stockpiles that Worline left littering that site for 2 years, fully exposed to the elements. We could show you pictures over time, both Google satellite photos and ground photos, showing that there were significant losses of mass from those piles. There's only one place that goes. It goes into our storm system, into our streams, into the county-owned bog, and into the Northwest Branch and the Anacostia. Again, there are environmental justice issues here. There's an impaired body of order. And I'm coming up 765. Thank you for your time. Please deny this application.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate that. Folks, I'm going to ask to what's left. We may have questions for Mr. Smith, but I'm going to ask for about a 5-minute break. I need a bio break. So we'll come, and then after questions for Mr. Smith from commissioners, the applicant will have the opportunity, or any of the witnesses will have the opportunity to, wait, there's no cross on Mr. Smith. The applicant can, if the applicant wants to. But the short of it is all that's left after that, after our questions, is the applicant's rebuttal and then close, okay? But let's take a 5-minute break. I'll see you all back here at 3:35. Forbearance, a little bio break, a little kibitzing on the side. So not amongst commissioners, but with some of the staff. So we are, Mr. Smith, the other folks in opposition have concluded their testimony. Let me start with commissioners. Any questions for Mr. Smith, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Frickless? Keep in mind, Ms. Marsh, who we've not been able to figure out technology issues with, we do have Ms. Marsh's letter in the record, so her voice has been heard. Just to be clear, for the record, we have seen her letter. So, commissioners, questions for the parties in opposition? Okay, if there's none, then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera, you have this is your time to rebut, and then close, and then we'll begin our deliberation.
Before we jump over, can I just ask one question? I don't know who necessarily on the opponent side would be appropriate. I second ask Mr. Smith one question. In terms of the state, federal, or other approvals that were needed prior to commencing work, do they have those now, do you know, or are they still without some sort of necessary approvals?
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner? I'm having a little trouble with my speakers. Was that Commissioner Dorner?
Yes.
And was your question whether Worldline has the required state, federal authorization to operate in the floodplain?
Yeah, because you had said before that after getting the floodplain waiver, that they had to get certain state, federal, or other approvals before commencing. And I was just wanting to find out, do they have them now or not?
So just as a little background, that condition is clearly stipulated in the floodplain waiver letter that Worldline was not relieved of obtaining those authorizations. It's a matter of state and federal law that they're required, and the short answer is no. As of right before this hearing, I checked MDE's database, and that their application is still listed as pending. So they, as far as I know, they do not have that approval.
Okay, and then the other question I wanted to find out, we have a lot of backup. So I'm trying, and it's not, some of it's actually well named, so we can see who like provided certain testimony, but some of them are like documents that it's hard to kind of like see chain of custody or who submitted it. So there's one item on Opponent Exhibit 84 that's 135 pages of printout from the Maryland Department of Environment, the Water and Science Administration Compliance Program. And these look like their inspection reports or their NPDES construction activities, and NPDES meaning the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Systems. And it goes through and it talks about inspection findings. There's some stop work orders, and then there's like inspection items, status, and comments. And that goes from, it looks like June of 2021, June 2nd, 2021, up until I think mid-December, like a month ago, December 15th, 2022. Do you know who submitted those and then how they got those reports?
I can speak to that. Would you like me to respond? I submitted those. I received them from staff on MDE's compliance team that covers this area. We've been in regular contact with them, providing them with evidence. We're the first ones who brought them on the scene when we realized that Worldline apparently appeared not to have either the required stormwater permit or the floodplain or wetland permit. And in some cases, a couple of these reports are available now for download from MDE's website. And if you would like, probably afterwards, I can send you the URL where you can search for the MDE's inspection history. I can also send, I don't think we provided a summary of DPI's inspections and findings. I meant to, but I had the blue screen of death several times as I was preparing my comments. These are publicly available databases. I can't say they're all entirely complete or accurate, but that's where we get a lot of this information. We do our research. We don't have DPI's reports. It's often a wrestling match to get documents from DPI for us. But some of MDE's reports are now available for public download through that online database. They're trying to catch up on getting the reports themselves posted rather than just the summaries of the line item spreadsheet summaries of an inspection. But yeah, these go back from MDE's first inspection on the morning of June 2nd of 2021 through December 15th of 2022. And as Ms. Frickla stated in her testimony, and they're looking for two major matters: compliance with the Clean Water Act and relevant Maryland law, Section 402 of the Clean Water Act, which deals with pollutant discharges, the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, and compliance with relevant Maryland law, but also compliance with Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, which deals with impacts on wetlands and floodplains and streams. They have never found Worldline to be in compliance under either one of those federal statutes or the relevant Maryland law. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. That was helpful. I don't need you to send me the URLs. I can find them. I just didn't know where you were getting them. I can go and search because I'd just be interested in finding on my own. It'll help me remember where they're at for other cases. But in term, and I actually was going to ask about, okay, do you have the same thing for DPI? So you said no on that. In terms of like regulatory authority, and I have another question after that as well, but in terms of regulatory authority, what authority does the Maryland Department of Environment have then, even though they're doing these inspections and stuff? Like, what kind of powers do they have, particularly in these cases? And then on the follow-up to that is, did you share any of this information before the staff? Because I don't think we've seen any of this kind of information to this extent before in prior cases, or at least I don't recollect seeing any of these kinds of reports in prior hearings related to this case.
Okay, so there are a few questions in there. I'll answer the last one first. We provided a lot of this information, I believe, including photographs and videos with staff in our comments on preliminary plan of subdivision 21052 dealing with the lower parcel. And I'll say here, I would much prefer to be doing this differently. I do appreciate staff's efforts to provide access to a Dropbox where we could submit the documents. I would like to have given you a much more distilled set of comments and have distilled our photos and videos down to a subset. I didn't do that. Blue screen of death, I'm entirely volunteer. Those are reasons, they're not good excuses. But yeah, my recollection is we did, and we certainly provided them in the record in our court case on the upper parcel. Staff have had some, through one route or another, have had access to some of this information. As far as the regulatory authority, the way it works is, I'm not an environmental attorney, but I have friends who are, some of whom are recommending it or representing us in court. As I understand it, the Clean Water Act is the overarching law. It is enforced and administered by the US EPA. They have the highest authority on these issues. They can and do delegate authority to the states, and they have to MDE, and MDE may delegate authority to counties, in some cases municipalities. But ultimately the authority rests with the US EPA and MDE. MDE is in a position with respect to the construction-related stormwater permit that Wehrlein did not apply for before tearing up the site, and the non-tidal wetland and floodplain disruption authorization that Wehrlein did not apply for before. MDE, those permits are considered joint state federal permits. And where we're looking at wetlands and waters of the United States, there's also a role for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, especially when you get to dredge and fill wetlands or floodplains. What has been frustrating? MDE had the authority, has the authority to stop work. Unfortunately, that process has been politicized, and that authority has been withdrawn from frontline inspectors and is practically sitting in the secretary's office, where Wehrlein has been lobbying MDE not to enforce.
Okay. A little bit more than what I asked about.
It was, but I thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, no, that's all the questions that I had. I wasn't sure about those things, so I wanted to ask a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Dorner. Any commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Smith? None? Okay, then let me turn it to Mr. Rivera for your rebuttal and then close.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know how you want to manage those two things if they're together or separate for you. Commissioner Washington, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If appropriate, I'd like to pose a few questions for Mr. Rivera in light of the citizen testimony for him to consider as part of his rebuttal and or close, if appropriate.
Sure.
Okay, great. Well, first, thank you to the citizens, opponents and proponents. It's been a very enlightening afternoon, long afternoon, but productive nonetheless. And the 1,000+ pages you all provided was made for a very interesting read, but the commentary on top of it has been very instructive. And so with that, Mr. Rivera, as part of your final presentation, just a couple of things, a few things actually. The first is as it relates to the non-alignment with the city of Hyattsville. And I would be less than honest if I didn't say that when the issue came up with regards to, and this was a part of your initial presentation, when I was seeking clarity on your desire to withdraw 1H and proffered condition number 3, and asking whether having them incorporated as a finding would be appropriate. It seems to me that you knew there was not alignment with regards to, I think in particular, proffered condition number 3 in terms of the agreement to maintain. That would have been a more appropriate time, I think, to raise that. The second is this recurring theme of non-compliance with regards to, what's happening on the site, kind of the erosion sediment control issues, moving forward without necessary permits or approvals. And then I think the recent question my colleague just asked Mr. Smith with regards to the MDE reports are all quite concerning. And I've not heard anything from the applicant with regards to, one, acknowledging them, two, if problems happen, problems occur in the course and context of anybody doing business. But most importantly, what are your plans to address them? What have you done to mitigate and or correct those issues? And then finally, what has been and what is your level of engagement? It's clear that the citizens have been actively involved and engaged in this issue and much more than just a peripheral involvement. They've been doing research, engagement. So I'm just concerned, I'm not concerned, I'm questioning or asking, what is the level of ongoing engagement with the community? And I thought it would be helpful for me to pose these questions at the top so that hopefully you can address them as part of your close. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Mr. Rivera, floor is yours for rebuttal and then close.
Okay, thank you for the record, Nora Rivera. I'll start with the first one. The non-alignment with the city is essentially a historic issue. The city has always been opposed generally as an opening statement. If you look at their letters on the conceptual site plan to the board and to the district council when appropriate, and on the preliminary plans, they always start out with, while we are opposed, but they say we have conditions that they want the board and the staff to consider. So that is the way that the city poses their position to us and to the county. But we always have worked through with those conditions. So the non-alignment is basically their basic position that they don't want the project, first of all, but obviously part of it is already constructed and there are certain improvements in place for this site. We always try to work with the city. For example, on the B2, on the parcel, that we had an agreement with the city that they were going to purchase very low price that area because they wanted to add it to their park. Over the years, they changed their mind from not wanting to buy it, and now they want to use it as an easement. And as the commissioners pointed out, they'll use it, but there's no maintenance costs associated with it. So there are certain non-alignments on specific issues. We wish they would support it with conditions, which is more typical. But nonetheless, we're going to work with the city and the community as we always have. We just can't agree to everything that is brought up. That doesn't make either side wrong. It's just a negotiation point with the community, with the city as well. We'll strive to keep more work with the city because it's in our best interest, and that's what we want to do.
Fully appreciate that response, Mr. But again, I'm getting at the heart of this is transparency. Okay, I mean, clearly what we were agreeing on in your initial presentation was to essentially codify a proffered condition as a finding, when in fact, whether you proffered it or not, there was one key element of that, which is the maintenance. And quite frankly, I think we all could argue both sides of that, but it was not a matter that was finalized. So that's really my point. So
we thought we had that point ironed out.
Okay.
We just surprised to hear today because they all met on site and that was an item that was specifically discussed. So I just reiterated what I was told. I was not there, but I'm trying to be as transparent as possible on that, any issue really. On the non-compliance issues, Mr. Smith and permits too raised
And
a lot of.
let me step in, Mr. Rivera, for a process issue. Commissioners, if we can, let's leave this time to Mr. Rivera for his rebuttal and close. And then under deliberation, we may have more questions. We can enter into more of a dialogue at that point. So take it away. It's your time for rebuttal and then close.
Thank you. So as we discussed at length earlier today, the planning board and the commission has a certain jurisdiction, and this is a detailed site plan. It's not a construction document. Once it is approved, when approved, if approved, it gets certified and becomes part of the process, if you will, to go on to the technical parts of the permit process. Well, Mr. Smith and others allege that we didn't have this permit or that permit. There is no proof that that actually is true. We have every permit we have to do the work because we do this in the broad light of day in the middle of the city of Hyattsville. We're not going to do work without a permit. And if there is work that causes some kind of issue like sediment, then an inspector will violate you and make you clean it up. It's really that simple, and they're always there. MDE inspects this site constantly because of the diligence that Mr. Smith and others, by alerting them to what they think are problems. So we're not trying to get away with anything. In fact, I was just speaking to my client, this DSP approval will allow us to continue the work with MDE to provide additional emergency stormwater management controls for this parcel. The longer we wait for this approval, the longer that emergency work gets done, and the longer it waits to have all the other regulatory environmental controls put in place. So I understand you want to make sure you're doing the right thing and we have all the facts, but the approval will allow us to continue to work. The board's jurisdiction ends basically right here at building permit on another process, but MDE, the state, local, and the federal officials will continue to monitor the site. We work with them. They have the actual enforcement power to make sure that the various codes that are required are in conformance with our work is in conformance of those. So, and the condition of approval is, well, those things are also prospective, and we have to continue the process to work with that. We're happy to provide, in the future, some evidence of what our permits are, but it is reviewed by DPI as part of everything they review constantly. That was the last question. The level of engagement. So we are, while you were all discussing this, the other points, my client wanted to make sure that we emphasize that we heard this, we're going to redouble our efforts to add personnel, more equipment, whatever it takes to make sure that the community is aware that we are taking proactive steps to address all of these issues. So that's all we can continue to do, and that's what we will do. And we'll be happy to continue meeting with Ms. Simmons and the rest of the city staff on those city issues as we proceed. But we're seeking to move forward so that we can actually do the construction documents and get those permits to do the work that actually solves the environmental issues for this site and the community around it. Thank you. And that's really my somewhat rebuttal in my closing, because we do, in some, agree that we should remove, I request that we remove condition 1H, which Ms. Kosak agreed to. I'm sorry that you thought I wasn't being transparent on that maintenance element, but as I think Commissioner Dorner pointed out, it's not really equitable to use the property and then not help pay for the maintenance and put it on the HOA when it could be used by the general public at no cost to the general public, to the city. So that was really a pragmatic, practical issue that we were faced with. We can't grant an easement that nobody maintains. We're have to be pay for that maintenance in the future, and it's just the HOA, not the city. But we ask for your support. We have a proper staff report with proper findings, facts, and conclusions, and with those conditions that we went through. And I'm happy to address any questions if it comes up in your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So that's your rebuttal and close, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. So under commissioners, under deliberation, let me go first. I've got a few comments and questions and a suggestion for how we move forward. And if we want to take more time today, based on your questions, we can do that too. But let me, couple things. One, Mr. Rivera, on the signage issue, and this, we've had so many issues, and this was a while back. I want to make sure I'm tracking this one. Do you have any concerns with if on the signage issue, if there's approval at the staff level on the planning department? In other words, if planning director approval is required for the signage issue, is that okay with you? I'm not talking about
Yes.
City of Hyattsville, I'm talking about for the planning director.
Right, on the interpretive signage for the WCC building and the suffrage movement, that's fine.
Okay, all right. I just want to check, and commissioners, I'm not sure if that resolves it for you, but I'm comfortable with that. I trust our staff in this process. I also assume our staff will work in collaboration with the City of Hyattsville, but the final decision would be with the planning director just to expedite that process. So commissioners, if there's no objection, does that resolve this issue? Yeah? Thumbs up? Okay. Okay, good. So that's one. On the landscaping issue, Mr. Rivera, I don't think you'll be happy to hear this, but my view on this is, yes, what makes the most sense, I kind of join with Commissioner Dorner. I think what makes the most sense is for the City of Hyattsville to do this. I don't have the authority to make the City of Hyattsville do anything, even if it makes sense for me to do it. I certainly can't make the HOA do it. So the folks who we have some authority over around this related to this is you all. So what that means for me is I'm more inclined to say, no, this is your issue to solve. If you can't figure out whether it's the HOA or the city, then you have to maintain it. I imagine you will find a way for either the HOA or the city to do it, but I don't want to leave this issue hanging. And so that means that the buck stops with you all.
Understood. But that's one of the key factors in determining whether or not we grant a public use easement, which was the request of the city.
Well, if you want to pull back on the grant, then that's something for us to consider, and maybe that's at the risk of sort of suggesting a negotiating strategy, that certainly will get the city's attention, but it also might be hard for us to stomach. So I don't know where you want to go with that. On the spot, maybe you have to make a quick decision about that, or maybe you need some time to talk about it with your clients. I really don't know, but I don't want to try to force the city or the HOA to do something that we don't have the authority to do.
I just got the indication that we'll work it out. At the end of the day, if it's us, it's us.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming it won't be you, but I just don't know where else we can go. So thank you, Mr. Rivera. Okay, so that resolved those two issues. So this bigger issue, and this is my suggestion, commissioners, this bigger issue around the stormwater management piece and the violations, and I'm having trouble making sense of it. I hear the data around the violations. I'm not even sure exactly how to put those violations in the context of what we're doing. I don't know how it is relative to other developments. I'm hearing two competing stories around this. What I would like to do is get more information around this. I recognize that this isn't quite in our purview, but Commissioner Dorner, to your point, it's not quite a square peg in a round hole. There are environmental standards that we're mindful of. And so can this fit into that? So here's a suggestion. Let's give ourselves a little bit of time, even if it's just a few weeks, and allow staff to gather some more information around the violations. They can help very succinctly clarify our authority in relation to it even more. They can work with MDE and DPI to gather more information around this. So we do some of this legwork to help us make sense of what's going on with this violation issue. It would give Mr. Rivera and his team the opportunity as well. In fairness, it would give them the opportunity to clarify their views on this, because I'm hearing loud and clear they have a different perspective on this. And so it feels fair to allow both sides the opportunity to bring more information to it. The way I think we can do that is fair to all parties, is we could continue this hearing as a limited scope public hearing just related to these stormwater issues and the stormwater enforcement issues. And I mean narrowly focused on these issues around enforcement and violations, just for us to make sense of it. Staff may come back in a report to us in a few weeks and say, here's all the information you asked for, and we want to remind you this isn't in your purview. And that's fine, if that's where staff tells us. But I do think information would be helpful for me, and I'm certainly hearing it from some of my colleagues, that it would be helpful for us to get this information as we deliberate. So again, limited scope public hearing on this one issue related to making sense of what's going on with the enforcement and permitting issues for us. We can come back, Mr. Rivera, if this is comfortable with you too, we could come back on February 2nd. Again, limited scope public hearing, but both sides would have the opportunity, Mr. Smith and others would have the opportunity to respond to the materials as well. We'll hear both sides at the limited scope public hearing, and then we can deliberate, folks. So that is my suggestion, and I'm curious to see, first of all, let me start with Mr. Rivera, because you need to authorize this, because there is a timeline that we're working against. So you need to authorize the extension until February 2nd. Does that work for you?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The action date is the 17th of January for the 70-day review period on this site plan. I can grant a waiver of the 70-day mandatory hearing requirement to continue the case to February 2nd on the limited scope as you just enunciated. And that also gives us time, we thank you for that opportunity, to get with MDE, DPI, our experts, because I don't want to leave this unturned and unsolved. I want to have the facts. This permit did that, all this work was done pursuant to a valid permit or whatever the case may be. That way it's clear in the record, once and for all, that it is what it is. Excuse me. So I would agree to February.
Okay, so that would give us, the attorney for the applicant concurs to waive the statutory deadline up to 70 days. So we would go till February 2nd. That gives them 3 weeks, and our team 3 weeks to do this research. The opposition also has time. This is a limited scope public hearing, and all parties will be able to weigh in and get the information as always. So thank you, Mr. Rivera. Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Warner.
Just a point, just to for the ease of administration from their staff perspective, you could remind those that have submitted evidence of violations, they don't need to submit that again. It'll get carried forward. They just need to submit new information.
Thank you. So that's, I would join with our principal counsel Warner's remarks, and what's in the record is in the record, and we will continue to work with that. Commissioner Giraldo.
Yeah, just a question. Could we have our principal counsel, Mr. Warner, involved in that as well? Because I want to know what the remedy is.
Sure, absolutely. So we'll involve our own staff, make sure it's collaborative effort on our side as well. Thank you for that. Mr. Warner, you now have another job too. Mr. Hunt, as Development Review Division Chief, any questions or concerns around this?
No, sir. I think we're clear on this side.
Okay. So commissioners, is there any objection to this process?
So I think it would be good to continue the case, because I mean, honestly, if we're going to vote on it today, I'm going to vote no, purely on this issue, because on page 21 of the staff report, item 17.4, we have to have a finding that can say that the regulated environmental features have been preserved and are restored in a natural state to the fullest extent possible. And I mean, respectfully, Mr. Rivera, like, you haven't convinced me to that. And when I look at upon Exhibit 84, it's damning. There's just a lot of really bad information about on the lower lot, about you polluting on site in the stormwater, and I'm just not convinced that you're actually trying. And I would like you to get me there. And I asked you for that. I said, throw me a bone, like help me figure out like how you're actually going to do something different than what you've been doing in the past. Because what you've been doing in the past doesn't work for me. Not going to get my vote. And I love everything else about this site. Like I like the houses. I've been around and looked at them. I think they're beautiful. I really like all the other features. We didn't even talk about the really good environmental features of these houses, like the solar panels. You mentioned the EVs. There's a lot of other stuff that these houses have that are just really nice. And I think in terms of like quality, they're going to be fantastic. They're going to be a little bit pricier than some of the houses around the area, but they're really nice. But it's not context sensitive in the environmental sense. And that's really what kills me. In not being able to get to the point where like you might want me to be and voting in favor of the project. So I don't know if to the second is enough time, but to get me over the hump, like when I'm looking at the NPDES reports and I see on there that you're out of compliance and you have violations from there, I don't want to see any of those. Like I want to see, because some of them are really basic when you go back and it says that like, has the site designed, installed, and maintained effective erosion controls and sediment controls to minimize the discharge of pollutants? The status is out of compliance, and the comment is no. Like, I want that to say yes, and I want that to say that all these other items are fine, that you guys are actually trying to work with them and do it, because you can say you're going to put a bunch of people on site, and they can just be standing there doing nothing, because that's apparently what it seems like they're doing now. Because when I look at the pictures, like there's a bunch of stuff that's not been fixed and not been addressed, so either you need to find new crew that are maintaining that site and looking at it, or you need to make a really big adjustment in terms of the kind of mitigations you're doing. I would like to also see the NT wetland report for the construction activity that's referenced in there, just to know kind of like what was written up. I don't know if that gives you enough time to address those things. And that's really one of my big sticking points on this. Like I was in favor and not in favor of other parts of this project in earlier stages. Right now, like the environmental part and just the runoff is really the hanging point of me, because I think it's going to be beautiful. And if I had enough money to buy these homes, maybe I would consider doing so, because I like the walkability to the park and the area around there. But I want to make sure in the process of getting there and for you to get these homes for others to buy, that we're not ruining everything around there that's on site and then downstream from there. Because maybe it's not going to happen upstream, but I'm not convinced you're doing a good job downstream. And some of the pictures when I was going through this report, and I mentioned like the marshy area that I like to walk around that has the boardwalk and stuff, which probably needs the city of Hyattsville, if they're still on, to fix, because some of the planks and stuff are kind of messed up and that holes in there. But in that area, that's where the colored water was and the polluted water. So that just, it really pains me to see that, because I did look through all the pictures. I'd skimmed through as much as I could, as quick as I could. And I really want you to address those so there's a status that there's no violations on all of those. And if you can get to that point, if you need a couple extra weeks on that, fine. That's really my big sticking point on this kind of stuff, is to make sure you're really in compliance and you are being a good neighbor, not just saying, oh, we're trying to do this, but then you walk out the door and you don't actually do it. Because that's kind of the impression I'm getting right now, is that you're saying what we need to hear, but you're not actually walking the walk. And I want you to actually do that, so that way everyone feels comfortable with a project like this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Much appreciated. So let's stick with February 2nd, but to your point, we'll see what happens on February 2nd, and hopefully we'll have enough information to make a decision. We'll see. It's 3 weeks, so we'll see. Any commissioners, any other questions about our process?
No, I think this is a good outcome, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you all. Mr. Smith, I'm going to grant you the courtesy of a comment at this point to see if it's going to be helpful for us. What is it you'd like to join in with? You're on mute, sir.
And once again, many people might prefer that, but here I go. Just a process question. So we're continuing into February 2nd. The planning board will hear testimony on the 2nd?
To the limited scope public hearing, just to the issues related to this stormwater enforcement issue with MDE and DPI. That is the scope of the hearing. And yes, we will be taking testimony on the 2nd.
And so we have until the last day in January to submit additional written comments.
Mr. Warner, help me with that. Is that accurate?
Yep.
That's who you got.
Tuesday the 31st, right?
I would like to suggest, because this stormwater enforcement issue is so central to the questions of environmental impact and impacts on the community, that the subject be not just be, well, is rural line complying or aren't they, and will they comply or won't they, but does this project meet all of the requirements that it needs to meet, environmental requirements and the protection of public welfare and all that sort of. Focused on the
I hear you, Mr. Smith. I hear you, but we're not expanding it to that scope. It's beyond what this limited scope public hearing is going to be. It's just beyond it. That, in essence, what you want to do, and I hear you loud and clear. I would if I were you too. You want to open it back up for the larger discussion. Where I'm at and where I believe the majority of my commissioners are, so this is a limited scope and it's limited to the enforcement issues. Are they in compliance? Help us understand what's going on with DPI, with MDE. That is the limited scope of this public hearing, okay?
I don't think that's appropriate, but that's your call, and we'll argue our case when we get there, in writing and at the, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none. So Mr. Warner, do we need I guess we do need a motion. The motion would be to continue this hearing as a limited scope public hearing, limited to the stormwater enforcement and permitting issues related to MDE and DPI. So is there a motion to that effect? And we'll continue it to February 2nd.
Before a motion is.
Chairman, I move that- I'm sorry?
I think it's like a so moved.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if there was a question or.
Yeah.
I said perfect. The way he phrased it was perfect. I thought he was asking me if that was appropriate. I said, was just confirming, I thought. Sorry.
So that's the motion that I suggest if there's a so moved. But Mr. Joyner, before we do that, I think Mr. Joyner, you had a question before there's a motion.
Yeah, we have a local municipality we haven't even asked anything about with regard to this. So, I mean, in deference to local authorities, whether they be cities or counties or whatever, I think we should probably ask the city of Hyattsville if that works for them and if it gives them enough time to actually convene or do anything related to the issues that we're talking about.
Ms. Simmons, you've heard where we're going with this. Any concerns from your side, or do you have the authority to even tell us if you have any concerns from your side?
I wouldn't feel comfortable taking a position on that, no, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, all right, Mr. Joyner, I think that's where we're at. Okay, is there a motion? Wait, before that, hold on one second. Bear with me 1 second.
Hold up, Commissioner Washington.
Okay.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion by Commissioner Washington. I think Commissioner Giraldo beat you to it, Vice Chair Bailey. So we have a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey. She is frozen. I don't know if we're going to get a vote aye out of her. I vote aye as well. That's 4-0, and with a technical issue on the fifth vote. So we'll take it as no vote, though I imagine we know how she was going, but it's actually not a vote. So the votes are 4-0 with only 4 commissioners participating. Wait, hold on.
You didn't call on me.
Ms. Bailey, was that a yes?
That's a yes. My screen is that.
All right, hold on 1 sec. Say yes very loud.
Yes.
All right. Did everybody hear? That was her on her phone. So we now have the vote as 5-0 for the continuance to February 2nd. Want to thank everybody for your time and effort today. Appreciate all the involvement from folks in the community and the city as well. We will see you on this issue on February 7th. And Mr. Hunt, is there any further business to come before us today?
Mr. Chairman, no additional business items before the planning board today.
Okay, seeing no further business, without objection, folks, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all.